Good morning, everyone. Thank you so very much to those of you who sent through questions and said, is someone speaking? My name is Sherry Babowski. I am the Retirement Benefits Manager at the Fund Office. And yes, I have been speaking. Unfortunately, I had my phone on mute. I had muted it because I signed in early. So let's back up here. If you are still having trouble hearing, you can call in, and here's the telephone number and access code. Okay. My name is Sherry Babowski. I am the Retirement Benefits Manager. I've been with the Fund Office for a little over 30 years. I have been doing in-person seminars for about the past 20 years. And of course, last year during COVID, we moved everything online. So this is our 6th webinar. We have sent you a couple different emails regarding the webinars. We sent you one about a week ago with links to all of the handouts for the webinar. If you did not download those from the email, you can indeed access them from the presentation today. You click on the little orange arrow on the right-hand side if you're watching this on a desktop or laptop computer, and you can access the handouts. If you did not print or cannot access the handouts, please still stay with us. I'm sure you will find a lot of valuable information during today's presentation. We also mailed out to you your personal credit and estimate printouts through the United States Post Office. Okay. If you did not receive those, give the Fund Office a call on Monday, and the Retirement Benefits Department staff will be happy to email you or mail you your personal printouts. You can ask questions today during the presentation. A few of you clearly already figured out how to do that, letting me know that you couldn't hear me. Thank you again. If you are watching on a laptop or a desktop computer, or if you're watching on a tablet or your phone, where your question bar appears differs. So you can see on the right-hand side of my screen here, 2 different places where questions will appear. I do ask that you keep your questions general, please. There are 170 people registered today, and personal questions should be answered on a one-on-one basis with the Retirement Benefits Department staff. But if you have a general question about something, or if I haven't been clear about the way I explained something, certainly please send through a question. I'm keeping an eye on questions as I'm speaking here. For personal questions after the webinar, please give the Retirement Benefits Department a call at the Fund Office. We can try and answer any questions that you like over the telephone. And the Fund Office is now again open. Both the Chicago office and the Lisle office are opened again. We were closed for quite a while, during the height of the COVID pandemic. The Chicago office has one-on-one appointments available Monday through Friday. There's usually 3 or 4 appointments available a day. The Lisle campus office has appointments available on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and there's usually 3 appointments available. So if we can't help you over the phone, or if you feel more comfortable coming in to speak with someone on a one-on-one basis, we certainly encourage you to come into the office. Please call and make an appointment. Today's presentation is being recorded. We will post this recording to our website at crccbenefits.org. And that recording will probably be posted at the end of this coming week. So you can go back and rewatch the recording. You certainly don't have to watch the entire recording. This is scheduled for about 5 hours today. You can, move back and forth, fast forward through the recording to see the section that you would like to see. Couple more housekeeping items. As you exit the webinar today, and in a follow-up email that you will receive, you will have a survey. There's a short question survey. I think it's about 5 questions. I would appreciate it if you would share your feedback about today's presentation on the survey. If your situation changes, we want to know. So please notify the Pension Fund Office. If you move to a new house, you get married, you get divorced, you become widowed, please contact the Retirement Benefits Department to update your information. If your marital status changes also, you might want to consider updating your beneficiary, and we will talk about beneficiaries a little bit more later in the presentation. And of course, the legal disclaimer, if there are any discrepancies between the information on my slides and the actual plan documents, the actual plan documents will govern. I assure you that I have done my very best to ensure that these slides are indeed accurate. So I don't believe that there are any discrepancies, but the lawyers like it when we put that out there. So we will talk about pension benefits today, and we will talk about health benefits. We will go over the pension benefits section first. This slide is an overview of the information that we will cover. We will talk briefly about how you earned your pension credit. We will spend the bulk of our time talking about pension benefit calculations and pension payment options. We'll touch on disability pensions. We will talk about pre- and post-retirement death benefits. We will talk about the requirements to start your pension, the time frames for applying, and all of the information that you need to submit along with your pension application. We'll talk about prohibited employment once your pension begins, and we will talk about the supplemental retirement plan. So how your pension plan benefits are determined. We're going to look at earning pension investing credit, pension calculations, and your pension payment options. If you have your personal information that was sent out to you, I would like you please to look at your personal credit printout. That's the printout that's got an A, like an apple, in the top right-hand corner. Again, these were mailed out to you through the postal system. If you did not receive them, please give the Fund Office Pension Department a call on Monday, and we will email you or mail you your personal printouts. So your personal printout here shows all of the years in which you earned pension credit here, how many credits you've earned. This is the construction pension fund. And some of you registered today, about 10 of you registered today, also have credits with the Millman Pension Fund, or perhaps exclusively have credits with the Millman Pension Fund. So those credits would show up in the right-hand column over here. At the bottom are your totals, how many pension credits you've earned and how many vesting credits you've earned. And those totals will, of course, be important as we move forward with the calculations and with health benefit eligibility. So how you've earned your credit. If you are a participant in the construction pension plan, you earned 250 hours in a calendar year, gives you a quarter year of pension credit. 500 hours in a calendar year, January 1 through December 31, gives you a half. 750 gives you 3/4, and 1,000 hours gives you a full credit. Starting in 1989, it became possible to earn 1.25 years or 1.5 years of pension credit. So in the construction pension plan, from 1989 forward, if you've earned at least 1,500 hours in a calendar year, you pick up 1.25 points, 1.25 years pension credit. And at least 1,750 hours or more in a calendar year, you pick up 1.5 points of pension credit. Again, that started in 1989. Prior to 1989, the most you could earn in any given calendar year was 1 year of credit. On the Millman Pension Fund side, you can earn up to 1 year of credit per calendar year. The 1.25 points and 1.5 points are not available under the Millman Pension Plan. Okay. For both the construction pension plan and the Millman Pension Plan, your employer has contributed to each of the pension funds in accordance with the employer's collective bargaining agreement with the regional council. While you have given your blood, sweat, tears, and hard labor to this trade over the course of your career, You have not made any monetary contributions to the pension funds. All of the contributions to the pension funds were made by your employer over and above your union wages. Okay. So we'll look at pension credit and vesting credit. Vesting credit, in order to be vested and eligible for a benefit from either of the pension funds, currently you need at least 5 years of vesting credit. Okay. For vesting, you can earn a maximum, or we can count a maximum of 1 year of credit per calendar year. So if you are participating in the construction pension fund, and if there are some years where you earned a point and a quarter or a point and a half, these point and a quarter or point and a half, they will count toward how much money you receive on your pension benefit. But for vesting purposes, we count a maximum of 1.00 credit, 1 year of credit within any given calendar year. Okay. Vesting credit is used to determine whether or not you're eligible for a pension. And when we get to the health benefits section, you will see that vesting credit is used to determine whether or not you're eligible for retiree health benefits and how much your premium is for the retiree health benefits. Okay. Vesting has changed over time. The current 5-year vesting requirement came into place in 1999. So prior to 1999, a 10-year vesting requirement was in place from 1976 through 1998. And prior to 1976, there was actually a 15-year vesting requirement in place. So vesting has changed over time in accordance with federal regulations. Okay. So I mentioned this already. The pension credit is used to determine the amount of your monthly benefit. So when we do your monthly benefit calculations, we will include those extra halves and quarters for the construction fund participants for those years that you earned more than 1,500 or 1,750 hours. Okay. I'm going to move on to the actual pension calculations. So if you have printed or received your individual monthly benefit printouts, please look at the individual printout with the letter B as in boy in the top right-hand corner of the page. So most of the estimates that were sent out and created for today's webinar are based on a January 1st of 2022 date. Some of you indicated that you were thinking of maybe retiring in November or December. So those of you who indicated that, I believe that we created the estimates for November or December, but the bulk of the estimates sent out today are based on a January 1st of 2022 date. We count everyone's age as of the first of the month. So on your estimate, you'll see your assumed effective date of pension, and it will see the age. It will show the age that we have calculated you to be on that date. So just for example, if you were born on January 17th and you're going to be 60 years old on January 17th, we will count you as being 60 years old on January 1st. So you could start your pension January 1st, and we would consider you 60 years old. You do not have to wait until you actually pass the day of your birth within the given month. So some people sometimes say, well, I'm not going to be 60 until January 17th. Do I have to wait until February to start my pension and be counted as age 60? And the answer to that is no. We will count you the age that you will turn on your birthday as of the first of that month. Okay. The other thing on this slide that I'd like to mention about your personalized estimate is the years of credit that are showing here on your personalized estimate are the years of credit that are currently on our computer system as of last week when we created your estimates. So if you said you weren't planning on retiring for maybe another 2 or 3 years, the credit here only shows the credit that you've earned as of now. Your credit total will increase if you keep working and earning additional pension credit between now and your actual retirement date. Okay. The 60 certain guarantee that shows on the middle of your page, that's a base pension amount. And that's the base pension amount that we're going to look at through the bulk of our discussion on calculations. So everything is sort of driven off your base 60 certain amount. So you want to keep that base 60 certain amount in mind as we move through the slides. So your pension benefit is determined, of course, by the number of pension credits that you have earned for the construction pension fund, including those additional quarters and halves that started to become available in 1989. The accrual rate, in effect, when you earned your credit and when you retire, comes into play. The current benefit accrual rates per year of pension credit for the construction plan is $100 per year of pension credit. And for the Millman pension plan, it's $66 per year of pension credit. Okay. Now, if at some point in time during your work history you experienced a 3-year period of time where you did not earn any pension credit at all, then the accrual rate that might apply to the years of credit that you earned prior to that 3-year period where you left the trade, or 3-year or more period where you left the trade or didn't earn any pension credit, will be the accrual rate in place at the time you last earned credit. So as I looked through the printouts of some of you registered today, I know some of you who are registered and attending today, you maybe stopped earning pension credit in 2000 or 2005 or 2008. So the $100 or $66 accrual rates will not apply to you if you have been gone without any pension credit for at least 3 consecutive calendar years or more. And on your personal estimates, you can see the benefit accrual rates that will apply to your personal calculations. And the last factor that comes into play is the type of pension that you're eligible for when you retire. Are you retiring on a normal pension at 65, or are you retiring on an early pension where there's some kind of a reduction that will come into play for your age? Okay. And we'll go over each of these things on our upcoming slides. Okay. So there are different types of pension benefits for which you can qualify. Okay. And I have on the slides here both for the construction plan and for the Millman plan. So if you are vested and at least 65 years old, you would qualify for a regular pension in both the construction and the Millman plans. There's no reduction for your age, and there are certain work restrictions that will apply at age 65. And we will talk about work restrictions when we get to the prohibited employment section. The next type of pension is only available in the construction pension plan, and it's called an unreduced early pension. So for this, you have to be at least 60 years old and younger than 65. So you will not take any type of an age reduction on your pension calculation in the construction pension fund if you are at least age 60. On the Millman pension plan, this type of pension does not exist. Okay. The next pension type is an early retirement pension. On the construction pension plan, for an early pension, you have to be at least age 55, but you're not yet age 60. On the Millman pension plan, you have to be at least age 60, but younger than age 65. Okay. On an early retirement pension, you do incur a reduction to your pension calculation due to your age. So on the construction pension plan, the reduction factor is 5% a year for each year that you're younger than 60. And on the Millman pension plan, it's 6.6% for each year that you are younger than 65. Now, that reduction is prorated on a monthly basis. So, for example, in the construction pension plan, if you begin your pension and you are age 59 and 11 months, you're only 1 month shy of age 60, you're not going to incur a full 5% reduction. Your reduction would only be 1/12 of 5% because you're only 1 month younger than age 60. Okay. On the Millman pension plan, pardon me, that 6.6% is also prorated on a monthly basis. So if you begin your pension benefits at age 64 and 11 months for the Millman pension plan, you will not incur a full 6.6% reduction. You're only 1 month younger than 65, so your reduction would be 1/12 of the 6.6%. There is also a disability pension available for both the construction and the Millman pension plan, and we will talk about a disability pension a little later in the webinar. There's also something called partial and limited pensions. Those apply in special circumstances and apply to people who have credit with both one of the Chicago plans, either construction and mill, and another pension plan somewhere else in the country. So maybe you worked and earned some credit out in California or over in Indiana, where the Chicago plans would be coordinating benefits with the outside fund. Okay. A limited pension is when you've earned credit with both the construction pension plan and the Millman pension plan. For the handful of you who are registered today, I think there were maybe 8 or 10 of you registered today that have both construction and Millman pension credit. Today's information will be valuable to you because it will explain your options to you, but that coordination of benefits between the construction plan and the Millman pension plan can be rather complex, and I do urge you to either call or schedule an appointment with the retirement benefits representative where you can speak with someone over the phone, or you can come into one of the offices and discuss your options on a limited pension when you have credit with both the construction and the Millman pension plan. Okay. There are different ways that your pension benefit can be paid. So on your personal estimate, you see that the base pension of the 60 certain guarantee is sort of mid-page. And then if you are married, and about 80% of you registered today are indeed married, so below the 60 certain amount on your personal printout, you will also see joint and survivor options. Okay. Joint and survivor options are a way for a retiree to receive a lesser benefit during the retiree's lifetime in order to ensure that a spouse continues to receive benefits after the retiree dies. So let's talk about these benefit options just for a moment. So on the 60 certain guarantee, the amount listed on your personal printout for the 60 certain guarantee, that is a lifetime benefit amount for you, the carpenter. That benefit amount will be paid to you every month for the rest of your lifetime. There is no maximum number of payments. So if you live for another 50 years after you retire, you will still get that monthly pension benefit every single month for your lifetime. It is called a 60 certain guarantee because a minimum of 60 monthly payments are guaranteed. So if you, the carpenter, pass away before you have received full 60 months of payments, there will still be benefit payments available to your beneficiary for the remainder of the payments. And as I get into my example slides, we'll look at a couple examples of this. On the joint and survivor options, following the passing of the retiree, The spouse still receives a benefit for the spouse's lifetime, whether or not the spouse subsequently remarries. Okay. So there are three different options available: a 50%, a 75%, and a 100% option. And you can see those dollar amounts on your personal estimate benefits, your personal benefit estimates that were sent out to you. Okay. So let's look at a calculation example here. And as we go through these, I think it's helpful if you have your personal B estimate right in front of you. So my base estimate here is a carpenter who is 60 years old and who's going to retire. That carpenter worked for 41 calendar years, but due to those extra quarters and halves on the construction pension fund, the retiree has earned 49 and a half years of pension credit. There has never been a 3-year period of time where this particular carpenter left and didn't earn pension credit. So he has a solid pension credit history all the way through his entire record. So the way the calculation works is we take the years of pension credit, the 49 and a half years of pension credit the carpenter has earned, we multiply by the current benefit accrual rate of $100. Okay. Because this retiree is 60 years old and we are looking at the construction pension fund here, okay, there's no age reduction at 60 years old in the construction pension fund. So for this 60-year-old retiree, there is no age reduction applied to the calculation. It's a straight multiplication, 49 and a half years of credit multiplied by a $100 benefit accrual rate gives us a monthly benefit amount of $4,950. Okay. That monthly amount is payable to the carpenter for the carpenter's lifetime. Okay. No maximum number of payments, and 60 payments are the minimum. So for example, if the retiree receives the 60 certain guarantee of $4,950 a month every month from the time the pension starts, the retiree receives 48 monthly payments, and then the retiree passes away. The retiree's designated beneficiary will receive the remaining 12 payments. 48 plus 12 is 60 payments. So the 48 payments we've paid to the retiree plus the 12 payments that we're going to pay to the beneficiary following the passing of the retiree, those two numbers together add up to the minimum 60 guarantee. Okay. Second example, the retiree has received 60 or more monthly payments. The monthly pension just stops on the retiree's passing. There are no additional monthly pension payments due to a designated beneficiary. Okay. But keep in mind, if the retiree, if the carpenter is still with us, the carpenter is still living, the carpenter's pension does not stop after 60 payments. The carpenter keeps getting that monthly pension for as long as the carpenter lives. Okay. Again, you can get 400 payments. You're going to still get the monthly pension for as long as you live. That 60-month guarantee only comes into play if the carpenter passes away before getting 60 payments. And by the way, 60 monthly payments is equivalent to 5 years. Okay, 12 months a year times 5 years is 60 payments. So my next example is still with the construction pension fund, but if the retiree is going to commence benefits early. So this carpenter is going to start pension at age 58 and 8 months. This carpenter in this example worked for 32 calendar years, but due to those extra halves and quarters that were able to be earned on the construction pension from 1989 through the present, even though he only worked for 32 calendar years, he has 42 years of pension credit. So the pension credit is what we use to calculate the monthly benefit. 42 years of pension credit here, multiplied by the current $100 benefit accrual rate, because this carpenter never incurred a 3-year break in service, 42 times 100. And then the carpenter incurs a reduction because he's not yet 60 years old. Okay, so at 58 and 2 months, the carpenter will receive 90.833% of the total value of his pension. So his reduction is approximately 9.2%, okay? 5% a year for each year that you are younger than age 60, and it's prorated monthly. So because the carpenter's 58 and 2 months, this number is not an even number. If the carpenter was an even 58 years old, then this would be 90% even, 5% a year for 2 years. But he's got this 0.833 because he's got these extra 2 months tagged on to his age. Okay, 42 times 100 times the early reduction gives us a monthly amount of $38.15. Okay, so that would be the monthly amount for this carpenter's lifetime, payable for as long as the carpenter lives under a 60 certain guarantee benefit. Our next example shows a 3-year calculation break-in service calculation. And again, your personal printouts that we sent out to you show your personal calculation. Okay. So in this example, this carpenter is going to retire at 58 years old even, 58 and 0 months. No additional months carried on here. Okay. He worked from 1988 to 1996 and earned 11 3/4 years. He did not earn any pension credit from 1997 to 1999. So that's 3 calendar years, 97, 98, and 99. That's 3 calendar years with no credit. However, the carpenter came back and started earning pension again, working for a contributing employer. He came back and worked again from 2000 to 2019, and he earned 21 3/4 additional pension credits. So there's 2 different lines to this pension calculation. This 11 3/4 that were earned back here from 88 to 96, it's 11 3/4 times a $50 accrual rate. That's the accrual rate that applied back in 1996. Okay. Then we do a second calculation of 21 3/4, which are the years that were earned from 2000 to 2019. So this 21 3/4 here is multiplied by the current $100 benefit accrual rate. So 2 separate accrual rates apply in this particular calculation. Because the retiree is 58 years old, he's not yet 60, he's taking a 10% reduction for his age, 5% a year for each year that he's younger than 60. Okay, so we do the math here, and we have 2 separate calculations here. So we add together this first calculation of 528.75, and we add that to the second calculation of 1957.50. So the monthly benefit amount will be $2,486.50. Okay, and that benefit amount will be the 60 certain guarantee benefit amount for this carpenter, paid for the carpenter's lifetime. Okay, so that gives you 3 different examples of a 60 certain guarantee, and your personal printouts show your personal calculation of your 60 certain guarantee. Get my slide to change here, and we'll look at the joint and survivor options. Okay. So if you are not married, that 60 certain guarantee is your benefit payment form. Okay, you will have a 60 certain guarantee. But if indeed you are married, as the majority of you registered here today are, you have a choice. You can take one of the joint and survivor benefit payment options. So let's look at an example of that calculation. And again, your personal printouts show your calculation. So we're going to go back to my very first example, my base example where the carpenter is 60 years old and 49 and a half years of pension credit. So 49 and a half times 100, that base 60 certain guarantee amount is $4,950. Okay. But the carpenter has the option to take what's called a joint and survivor option. And there are 3 different joint and survivor options that you can pick from. Okay. The first one is a 50% joint and survivor option. Your calculations are on your personal printouts. So the way that we calculate the benefit for the 50, 75, and 100% joint and survivor, we start with your base 60 certain amount, the $49.50. And we take the $49.50 and we multiply by what's called a joint and survivor factor. The joint and survivor factor depends upon the difference between your age and your spouse's age in full years. Okay. So if you and your spouse are the same age, so in our example here, the retiree is 60 and the spouse is also 60, on a 50% joint and survivor option, the joint and survivor factor is 90%. Okay, we have these big book of actuarial tables that we use to arrive at these calculations. Okay, so if the carpenter and spouse are the same age, on a 50%, it's a 90% base joint and survivor factor. Then we add or subtract to that 90% 0.4% for each year the spouse is older or younger than the carpenter. Now, you do not have to do that math. Your personal joint and survivor factor is on your personalized printouts. Okay, so you can see that. So we take the 60 certain amount, we multiply by the joint and survivor factor that shows on your estimates, and we come up with a participant's monthly amount. So in this example, instead of drawing $49.50 a month for the carpenter's lifetime, the carpenter is going to choose the 50% joint and survivor benefit. The carpenter will draw $4,455 for the carpenter's lifetime. And when the carpenter passes away, the surviving spouse will begin to draw 50% of that, half of that, for the surviving spouse's lifetime. So at the time the carpenter passes away, the $4,455 stops, but the surviving spouse starts to draw the $2,227.50 here, and the surviving spouse draws that for the surviving spouse's lifetime. Okay. The second option is a 75% joint and survivor benefit. Again, we start with the base 60 certain amount. We multiply that by the joint and survivor joint and survivor factor that applies to the 75% joint and survivor option. The base factor for a 75% option is 85.5%. And for each year older or younger than you, the carpenter that your spouse is, we add or subtract 0.6%. On your personal estimates, you can see your personal joint and survivor factor based on the difference between your age and your spouse's age. So the 60 certain amount times 85.5% gives us a monthly benefit amount for the carpenter of $4,232.50 a month for the carpenter's lifetime. So the carpenter is still drawing a little bit less for the carpenter's lifetime, but when the carpenter passes away, this $4,232 stops, but the surviving spouse starts to receive 75% of that amount. So the surviving spouse would start to receive $3,174.50 a month for the surviving spouse's lifetime. Okay, so the carpenter is taking a little bit less on a monthly basis, and the surviving spouse is receiving a little bit more on a monthly basis. Okay. Your third benefit option is a 100% joint and survivor benefit. On the 100% joint and survivor benefit, we again bring that 60 certain amount down here and we multiply by the joint and survivor factor that applies to the 100% option. If the carpenter and the spouse are the same age, the base joint and survivor factor is 81%. And then for each year younger or older that the spouse is, there's a 0.7% change in the factor. So your estimates show your personal factor. So the 60 certain amount times 81%, because in this example the retiree and the spouse are the same age, gives us a monthly benefit amount of $4,009.50. That amount is payable to the carpenter for the carpenter's lifetime. And when the carpenter passes away, the carpenter's $4,009 a month stops, but the surviving spouse begins to receive 100%, that same amount. So the surviving spouse would begin to receive that same monthly amount for the surviving spouse's lifetime. Okay. The surviving spouse's benefit, I just want to make sure that this is clear to everyone. The surviving spouse's benefit starts upon the passing of the carpenter. Okay, so while the carpenter is still living, the surviving spouse does not draw a check. I mean, that wouldn't even make sense from a math perspective, because if that was the case, why wouldn't everybody pick a 100%? Hey, the spouse gets $4,000 a month plus the carpenter gets $4,000 a month is $8,000 a month, which is way more than the base 60 certain amount. Okay, so that is not how it works. The carpenter draws the participant amount on your estimate for the carpenter's lifetime, and upon the carpenter's passing, the carpenter amount stops and the amount listed as the surviving spouse amount on the estimates begins. Okay. This surviving spouse's benefit is payable for the surviving spouse's lifetime, whether or not the surviving spouse subsequently remarries after the death of the carpenter. Okay? I would also like to mention that you make your choice regarding which option you're going to pick at the time you fill out your pension paperwork. Okay? Once you choose and your pension is in pay status, you cannot change your election at a later date. Okay? If you have printed the handouts, in the pension handout on page P25, you can see in the actual pension application on P25 of the handout, question 6.2 of that application, that's where you make your selection regarding which of these payment options you're going to choose for your pension benefits. Okay, so you cannot change your choice later. However, if you choose a joint and survivor option, and if your spouse passes away first, there's something called a pop-up feature built into the plan. Okay, a pop-up feature. And what this means is if you've chosen a joint and survivor option, and if your spouse passes away first, the carpenter's benefit will automatically change from a joint and survivor pension amount back up. It will pop up to your 60 certain guarantee amount effective the month after your spouse's passing, no matter how long you have already been on pension. Okay. This starts the month after your spouse's passing, and you don't get any back money for any payments that were made prior to the passing of your spouse. So, for example, you go on pension. Let me change back here to my prior slide to show you an example. Slides to move here. So for example, let's say this particular carpenter in this example chose a 75% joint and survivor benefit. So the carpenter was drawing $42.32 a month for the carpenter's lifetime. Okay. And the spouse would have drawn $31.74 a month for her lifetime if the spouse had lived longer than the carpenter. But with the pop-up feature, what we're saying is the spouse passes away first. So if the spouse passes away first, the carpenter's amount changes from this $42.32, 75% amount. It pops back up to the $49.50 amount, effective the month after the spouse's death. Okay, so no back money, but the amount does go up the month after the spouse passes away. Also built into the joint and survivor options, the 50%, the 75, and the 100, there's also a 60 certain guarantee built into those joint and survivor options. Well, what does that mean? The retiree and the spouse are both still with us. Okay, neither one of them has passed away. The retiree passes away after receiving 20 monthly payments of either the 50 to 75 or the 100 amount. Okay. Then the surviving spouse starts to get the surviving spouse's monthly pension amount on month 21. Okay. So the carpenter got 20 payments. The carpenter passed away. At month 21, the surviving spouse starts to get the surviving spouse's joint and survivor pension amount, whichever of the three options you've chosen. And then in this example, the surviving spouse receives 12 monthly payments, and then the surviving spouse passes away. Okay. So we have only paid in total between the carpenter and the spouse, 20 payments to the carpenter, 12 to the surviving spouse. That's only 32 payments in combination. So there would still be an additional 28 payments payable to your contingent, to your secondary beneficiary. Okay. 20 went to the carpenter, 12 went to the surviving spouse, and the 28 payments that are going to go to your secondary beneficiary after the spouse's passing in this example, 20 plus 12 plus 28, that adds up to our 60 minimum payment guarantee. Okay. In this scenario, the contingent, which just means secondary, the secondary beneficiaries will receive the last 28 payments at the surviving spouse's monthly amounts. Okay. So the benefit payment for those last 28 payments is however much the surviving spouse was receiving, not the carpenter's full 60 certain amount. Okay, it's at the surviving spouse's amount. Okay. Under federal regulations, I want to go back a couple of slides here again. Almost there. Under federal regulations, if you are married, you must elect at least a 50% joint and survivor benefit amount unless your spouse will sign a consent form to let you take the full 60 certain monthly amount for the carpenter, basically. So the federal regulations say you have to provide your surviving spouse with at least a 50% joint and survivor benefit unless your spouse will consent to your taking the full monthly pension amount under the 60 certain guarantee for the carpenter's lifetime. Okay, so if you are married and if indeed you want to do the 60 certain guarantee and if your spouse is going to consent, when you file your application, the staff of the Pension Fund Office will give you an additional form to complete for your spouse to consent to the joint and survivor option. Now, for your spouse to consent to the 60 certain option. Okay. Also, again, if you have printed the handouts, the page that I referred you to, page P25, where you make your choice on the application of which of the payment options, either the 60 certain, the 50, the 75, or the 100, you, the participant, sign that page. And if you are married, your spouse must also sign that page so that your spouse is aware of the option that you have chosen. Okay. So I'm going to pause here for a moment before we start talking about the partial lump sum option and ask if you have any questions. So I'll give it a minute or so here if you have any questions, if you want to type those through. If anybody needs a quick, minute or so break, you can take a run and have that quick break as I pause for a minute or two here to see if any questions come through. So Robert J., we're going to talk about the 10% option in just a few moments. So I actually don't see any questions coming through, but I'm still going to pause for a minute or so here. As I indicated that if anybody needed to do a quick minute or so break, they'd have a minute or so. So I'll start talking again in about 1 minute. Okay, so it's been about a minute. A couple of questions have come through. Thank you for your questions. The first question is about taxes on the monthly benefit. Pardon me. So your monthly pension benefit under any of the options that you choose, your monthly pension benefit is indeed taxable income. So part of the application packet, there is indeed a tax form that you can complete to tell us whether or not you want taxes withheld on your monthly pension payment. So if you've printed the handouts or if you can see the handouts, in the pension handout, page P27 is the form for federal income tax withholding. So because you, the carpenter, have never contributed to the pension fund, as I mentioned in the beginning, you've contributed your blood, sweat, and hard labor to the trade, but the employer has paid into the fund. You've never paid taxes on the money. So the government's not going to let you get away with a free lunch. So your monthly pension benefit is indeed taxable. Okay. Someone else asked a question about a 13th check. So at different times over the years, the Board of Trustees have issued what we call bonus payments. Okay. Sometimes those bonus payments are in the form of a 13th check, which is just equal to your regular monthly pension check. And sometimes in the past, the bonus checks have been based upon a certain formula. So the most recent bonus checks in 2017, there was a bonus check equal to one monthly payment. Okay, so in March of 2017, basically everybody got a double check is what happened. Okay, in March of 2018, there was also a bonus payment, but it was a calculated bonus, not necessarily equal to the monthly pension benefit that you're receiving. It was a formula bonus, and this type of formula bonus has been used quite a few times in the past. So the formula for the bonus was that you got 20 years for, $20 multiplied by every year of pension credit that you had and that was used in your pension calculation. So $20 times your years of pension credit plus $60 for every year that you have been retired and drawing a pension benefit. Okay. So the longer you've been retired, the more years that got multiplied by the $60 rate that was in place for this particular formula. And that particular formula was intentionally set by the trustees to give a bit larger bonus to the people who have been retired for a longer period of time. And you might think, well, how come? How come they deserve more? It's not necessarily that they deserve more. It's that they retired at a time when the benefit accrual rates were much less. We have some people on pension who have been on pension for a long time who retired when the accrual rate was maybe $16 or $20 or $22. Now, during their career as a carpenter, they worked just as hard as you did, but because they retired at an earlier point in time, they've been locked in at a lesser monthly pension amount. So maybe someone who's been retired for a longer period of time is only drawing $400 or $500 a month, whereas in our examples that we're looking at today, their monthly pensions of $2,000 or $3,000, and some of you have even more credit than that. So some of the bonuses in the past have been purposely skewed to give a greater benefit to those who have been retired for a longer period of time, who draw less on a monthly basis for their pension. What may or may not happen in the future, that's up to the Board of Trustees. Historically, they discussed this at their May trustee meeting, and changes to accrual rates are usually issued in July. Now, the trustees are not legally obligated to make an accrual rate change or a bonus payment in July. They could do it at a different time. They could say, hey, the accrual rate's going to go up in March, or hey, there's going to be a bonus in March, or we're going to make the bonus payment in October of this year. That's something that's at the discretion of the Board of Trustees. The other question that was not asked when we took our little pause here, but it kind of goes hand in hand with the question about 13th checks or bonus checks, is what about a cost of living increase? So the pension plans, neither the mill or the construction pension plans, have any type of guaranteed cost of living increase. There have been percentage increases in the past. On the construction side, the most recent increase was in September of 2019. There was a permanent increase, and the percentage of the permanent increase was based on how long you'd been retired. People who very recently retired got a 2% increase, and it went 2, 3, 4, 6, and 10%. And the 10% increase applied to people who had retired prior to 1999. Again, purposely skewed toward the people who retired much longer ago who receive a much less pension on a monthly basis. So prior to the September 2019 permanent increase, the most recent permanent increase before that was 2007. So no cost of living increases are built in, and those 13th checks or bonus checks and or permanent increases are at the discretion of the Board of Trustees. Someone asked about on your personal printouts, the page D, the balance that shows there. The balance on the page D, and of course we will get to that as we move forward in the presentation, but that's your John Hancock Supplemental Retirement Plan balance as of whatever date is on the printout. I don't have the printout in front of me right this second. I'm not that far along in my notes for today. Those were the only questions that I saw come through. So I hope that you're all understanding the presentation. And if there is something that I have not made clear, I do apologize. And I ask that you give the Retirement Benefits Department staff a call, and we can certainly answer any questions that you have on a one-on-one basis. Okay. I do not see any other questions coming through on the chat, so I'm going to move forward and talk about the partial lump sum option. Okay. In your personal printouts that we sent out to you, now I'm looking at the printout with the C like in cat. If you have the paper printouts in front of you, I would suggest that you put the B and the C printouts next to each other so that you can see them both at the same time and kind of compare the numbers. Okay. So there is the option in both the construction and in the Millman pension plan to take up to 10% of the total value of your pension as a lump sum up front. This is an option. You do not have to take this option if you are not interested in it. So you can opt for a maximum of 10% of the total value of your pension as a lump sum upfront, paid in the month in which you receive your first monthly pension check. The minimum amount that you can elect as a lump sum is $1,000. Okay, so your estimates that we sent out to you, your personal estimates, were all based on a maximum 10% lump sum benefit as the lump sum option. Okay. The actuarial factor used to calculate these benefits, you can see your personal actuarial factor on your personal C estimate. That actuarial factor that's used to calculate, and we'll look at one in our examples, changes every July and at other times as mandated by federal regulations. The partial lump sum option has been an option since 1995. And to the best of my recollection, the factors have changed in July every single year except for 1 year, and it was back in the early 2000s. For some reason, the government regulation decided that the factors should also change in March. So there was a March change and a July change in the factor. Okay. So the factors that are on your estimates will only be good through the end of June of 2022. And that factor changes every single month. For every month older you get, the factor changes a little bit. So the factor that's on your estimate is a snapshot of that particular month on which that estimate is based. Okay. So let's look at an example, because I think this is easier to understand when we look at an example. So in our example, the retiree is 60 years old. He's earned 49 and a half years of credit. We're back to our base example that we've been using all along. His base 60 certain amount is $4,950. Okay. So we take 10% of that base 60 certain amount. So if you have your B and your C estimates side by side, you can see that the C estimate, the calculation at the top of the C estimate, is starting with your base monthly 60 certain amount off the B, like in boy estimate that we've been looking at up till now. Okay, so we take the 60 certain amount, we take 10% of that. In this example, it's $495 is the max 10% reduction to the monthly. We use our actuarial factors, and this is the factor that changes every July, and it actually changes every single month older that you get throughout the calendar year. So let me see if I can make that a little bit clearer, because even to my ear, it wasn't terribly clear. The tables, the whole set of tables that we use for actuarial factors, we get a brand new complete set of new tables every July. Okay, but that table has a factor that changes every month older that you get or every month younger that you are. So the actuarial factor on your estimate, and again, most estimates were printed for January of 2022. If you don't retire in January of 2022 and you wait to February or March or July, the factor on the estimates that you have in your hands today is going to change if you are not actually commencing pension benefits on the date that's listed on that estimate in your hand. So if you're thinking of a different date, maybe a couple months further down the line, maybe for March or for April, give the Retirement Benefits Department a call and we can generate new estimates for you. It literally takes about 30 seconds on the computer system. We can generate new estimates to you, and we can email or mail those new estimates out to you so that you can see your actuarial factor and your calculations for different months of pension start dates. Okay, so in this example, we're taking our $495, we're multiplying by the 209.0647 actuarial factor, and we're coming up with a lump sum payment of $103,487. Okay, so if you, the carpenter, choose, you can take a lump sum payment of the amount listed on your personal estimate. You will get that lump sum payment up front in the month in which your pension starts. You still receive a monthly pension benefit, okay? Just the amount of that monthly pension benefit will be a lesser benefit amount, okay, to account for the fact that you've gotten a chunk of the pension benefit up front, okay? So how do we calculate that lesser amount? Well, we go back to starting with your base 60 certain amount off the B estimate. We subtract the $495 here that we've converted to the lump sum payment, and we come up with an adjusted, a lesser 60 certain monthly amount of $4,455. So instead of drawing a monthly benefit of $4,950 in this example, because this carpenter in this example chose a lump sum up front of the $103,000 on a monthly basis under the 60 certain option, this carpenter will be getting $4,455. Now, the joint and survivor options are also available with the lump sum option. Okay, it's just when we do the calculations for the joint and survivor benefit, instead of starting with the $4,950 that you saw in this column over here on the previous slides, we're going to start with this adjusted, this lesser 60 certain amount, and then we're going to apply the joint and survivor factors down here. Okay, so the monthly pension benefit on a 50%, 75, and 100 decrease for both the carpenter and for the surviving spouse's benefit because the carpenter picked a lump sum benefit as the option up front. Okay, I'm kind of keeping an eye on the questions. Has the factor gone down this year? Yes, the factors went down just a little bit this year. It was not a big change at all, but the actuarial factors did go down a little bit this year. So historically, There's no way for the fund office staff to predict whether or not those factors are going to go up or go down next July. However, historically, there is an inverse relationship between inflation and interest rates and the factors, okay? So if interest rates are going up, generally the factors go down a little bit. If interest factors are going down, generally the factors go up. So it's an inverse relationship. Over the past few years, interest rates have been pretty steady. So we really haven't seen a big swing in those actuarial factors. But yes, they do change. And interest rates and inflation, those are not the only other factors. They're based on life expectancy. They're based on market conditions. They're based on a whole lot of other things that I'm not even really going to pretend to fully understand. I am not an actuary, okay? And we get the tables from our actuaries every July. We usually don't get the new tables until the very end of June, usually like the last week of June. So if you call us, in April or May and say, hey, are those factors going to change? We're not going to have an answer for you because we don't get the new factors until usually the end of July. Yes, age affects the factor. The older you are, generally the less the factor is, the smaller the number for the factor, the older that you are. Okay. Again, if you're thinking of a different retirement date other than the date that the estimates we provided to you, give the fund office a call, and the retirement benefits department staff can certainly send you out estimates for a different date if you're thinking about a different date. Okay. So I'm kind of watching the question pane. I'm not seeing too many questions come through. I do just want to take a moment and talk about the lump sum option, the partial lump sum option, and how it comes into play on the total value of your pension. Because I think this slide and this, when you're looking at the partial lump sum here, the max 10% lump sum, it can give you a pretty good perspective on the total value of your pension. So let's just pretend you have a friend Joe, and your friend Joe, he's not a carpenter. He works out there in corporate America somewhere, and your friend Joe says, hey, Carpenter Bob, I've got $1 million in my IRA and I'm ready for retirement. My $1 million in my IRA, that's going to take care of me. That's going to set me up in retirement. I'm going to live the high life with my $1 million in my IRA. Okay. Well, a couple of things. $1 million doesn't go as far as it used to. So your friend Joe might be in for a surprise on what his $1 million can buy. But if you want something as not necessarily an apples to apples comparison, but kind of an apples to oranges comparison, look at the 10% lump sum payment amount listed on your estimate and just move that comma over. Okay, move that comma over and it'll give you an idea of how much money. You move the comma one place to the right. I should be more concise here. So you move the comma over one place to the right. So if I move the comma over one place to the right here, I have $1,034,870. Okay. That's basically the total value of this carpenter's pension. Okay. So instead of calculating the lump sum value of only 10% of the pension, we're taking the full monthly benefit, multiplying by the actuarial factor. So you see the lump sum value of the total pension. Now, I admit I'm oversimplifying here. I'm not taking into account things like time value of money and inflation and things like that, but it can give you kind of an apples to oranges comparison to how much money your friend Joe says he's got in his IRA. Okay. And you know what? Your pension is better than your friend Joe's IRA because Joe's going to start to exhaust his $1 million. He's drawing however much a month out of his IRA that he needs to support himself in retirement. He's going to start to draw down, and he's going to see that balance on the IRA draw down. Okay. For you, your monthly pension benefit no matter which monthly pension benefit option you choose, with the lump sum on the C estimate or without the lump sum on the B estimate, your monthly pension benefit is a lifetime monthly pension benefit guaranteed for you. The pension plan doesn't say, whoops, Mr. Carpenter, you've exceeded the total value, the total lump sum value of your pension. We're going to stop your monthly pension. That's not how it happens. Your monthly pension benefit is guaranteed for your lifetime, no matter how long you live. Okay. The other thing I like to talk about on this slide here is just about the total value of money in the pension plan. Okay. Right now, in the Millman pension plan, total assets of the Millman pension plan are approximately $91 million because the Millman pension plan is a much smaller plan than the construction pension plan. On the Millman pension plan, there are about 950 retirees, and there are about 1,750 either actively working or vested and entitled to a pension benefit from the Millman pension plan. So the Millman pension plan has about $91 million in it. It's currently about 76% funded, and the trustees have implemented a funding improvement plan for the Millman pension plan, and they're working on upping that percentage of the Millman plan. On the construction pension plan, there's approximately $4 billion in the construction pension plan. Now, the construction plan is a lot bigger. There are approximately 15,000 retirees in the construction plan, and there are approximately 27,000 either working or vested and entitled to a pension but not yet retired in the construction pension plan. So that's a huge number when you think about that, a $4 billion number. And a lot of times I or the staff at the pension fund office will get the question, well, how come the benefit accrual rate is only $100? Or how come the benefit accrual rate on the mill side is only $66? You know, there's $4 billion in the plan. Can't you spend some more of that? Well, look at this in the context of everybody's lump sum payment. I'm showing you one estimate here out of the 27,000 people who are vested or still working entitled to a benefit, not yet retired. Just this one example, the pension fund needs over $1 million to cover the guarantee to this one particular carpenter. So if you look at your own individual estimates, you get an idea of how much money the pension fund needs to have in its coffers to cover your guaranteed benefit for your lifetime. Now, I know that all 27,000 people who are vested maybe don't have as many or as few years as you do. Everybody's individual. But if you kind of think about it in that type of a context, it really makes more sense why the construction pension plan has $4 billion on hand. Incidentally, the funding notices are mailing this month. Funding notices always go out in the month of October. On the Millman side, you'll see that the Millman pension plan is about 76% funded. The notices that are going out pertain to the last fiscal year. So the construction pension plan, the notice is going to show that it's about 94.5% funded. If I remember right, I don't have these numbers in front of me. I'm doing it from memory. So about 94.5% is going to show on the funding notice. But actually, due to market performance over the last year, the construction pension fund is almost fully funded. So that's a pretty remarkable thing. A few years ago, the construction pension fund was in the yellow zone of the funding notices, meaning that it was less than 79% funded. And now the construction pension fund is fully funded. So those of you who are participants in the Millman pension fund, and maybe you look at that 76% and you think, oh gosh, what's going to happen? Well, the trustees have implemented a funding improvement plan for that Millman pension fund also, and it's on the right track to move back into a green zone or a fully funded status. So it's not going to happen overnight, but I have faith that it will get there, and you should too. So I'm going to flip over here to the questions. It looks like a couple of questions maybe have come through. Um, Just one question about how the joint and survivor options work from Steve. So, Steve, I would urge you to look at the recording that we'll post later in the week on the website to go back and review what I said about the surviving spouse options. Some more tax questions. I suggest you talk to a tax advisor about the more detailed tax questions that are coming through about state income taxes. The pension is definitely federally taxable. Currently in Illinois, the pension fund is not, your pension benefit is not taxed, but that could certainly change depending on the actions of the state legislatures, and I'm really not familiar with tax laws in other areas of the country. Okay. Also, I want to mention the estimates that we sent out to you show your full 10% lump sum estimate. If you are interested in a lesser lump sum, you can indeed take a lesser lump sum and we will adjust your monthly benefit accordingly. So if you look at your estimate and your estimate shows a 10% lump sum of 100,000 or 70,000 or 50,000 and you think, well, I would like to take advantage of that lump sum, but I don't need this full lump sum amount here. I just want to take a little bit less money. I want to make sure my credit cards are paid off and my car is paid off and maybe there's still a little bit left on the mortgage on my house. I want to get all that stuff paid off before I start my retirement, and maybe I only need $30,000 to do that. So you can take a lesser lump sum. Give the Retirement Benefits Department a call and we can generate an estimate for you based on whatever lump sum dollar amount you ask us to. Okay, so you can give us a call and say, send me an estimate for a 30,000 lump, or send me an estimate for a $60,000 lump. Assuming that those 30 and 60 are less than the 10% max. So you do not have to take a full lump sum. Remember, $1,000 is the minimum. And the amount on your estimate that you received in the mail, your personal estimate, the 10% is the maximum. Okay. So if indeed you're going to choose the lump sum, you have to decide what you're going to do with that lump sum. And by that, I don't mean you have to decide if you're going to go to Vegas or you're going to go to Atlantic City. Okay. You need to decide how we're going to pay the lump sum to you, because that will impact on your income taxes. Okay. So if you choose the partial lump sum option, you can have that partial lump sum option paid directly to you. If we pay the partial lump sum amount directly to you, the carpenter, it is added to your taxable income in the year in which you receive it. Okay. And we are required to hold 20% for federal income taxes. Just like the withholding on your paycheck. Your employer withholds taxes from your paycheck and your employer sends that to the IRS, and then you and the IRS work out whether or not they owe you a refund, or if you owe the IRS some more money. You work that out when you file your taxes in January. So this last bullet point here in purple that I'm circling my little pointer around, I want to make sure that everyone hears me when I say this. This is important. I am not telling you that this lump is taxed at a 20% rate. This partial lump is taxed at whatever tax bracket you fall into. The 20% is simply the amount that we are required to withhold from that lump check if we're making payment on that lump check directly to you. So if you have a lot of income, maybe you're in a 24% bracket, a 28% bracket, it's possible that you could owe the IRS some additional money next January when you file your taxes after you've received the lump sum check. On the other hand, if you're not in a 20% tax bracket, maybe you're in a 15% or an 18% bracket, okay, you might be getting a refund of some of that 20% withholding next January. So the 20% here is what we're required to withhold. I am not telling you that this is taxed at 20%, okay? That's something that has been misunderstood over the years, so I make an extra statement here to make sure that it's clear. Okay. We do not have to pay the partial lump sum directly to you. You have the option to roll the 10% lump sum over to the financial institution of your choosing. So there's two different types of direct rollover. Your first direct rollover, you can do a direct rollover to a traditional IRA at the financial institution of your choosing, an IRA in the Carpenter's name, okay? Or you might also want to consider taking that lump sum option, but rolling that lump sum option into the plan, into the Carpenter's plan supplemental retirement plan over at John Hancock, okay? So if you don't want to open an IRA, you don't have an IRA, you want to take the partial lump, but you're not wanting to go outside to a different financial institution to open an IRA, rolling that lump money into your John Hancock supplemental retirement plan is an option. If you do a rollover to either an IRA, a traditional IRA at your financial institution, or to John Hancock, the payment is not taxed in the current year. Okay, so we don't hold any taxes out of that partial lump sum check. And it becomes taxable as you make withdrawals from your IRA, or from the John Hancock retirement plan. Okay, so if you're doing a direct rollover, there are no taxes withheld from the amount that we're doing as a rollover on your behalf, not taxed in the current year, taxed as you make withdrawals from your IRA or from your John Hancock plan. Your second rollover option is to roll to a Roth IRA, okay? And if you roll to a Roth IRA, that payment will still be taxed in the current year. We will still hold 20%, but as you withdraw from your Roth IRA, you will not have to pay any taxes on that money. So traditional versus a Roth, either a pre-tax vehicle or a post-tax vehicle. So that's between you and your financial advisor, whichever of those you would like to choose, or if you would like to have payment made directly to you. You do not have to roll over if indeed you don't. Okay. So Eddie J, I think I just answered your question about rolling to John Hancock. And Alan, who says he can't hear the sound, if you go back to your invite, there's a call-in number that you can call in to listen on your phone, or the recording will be posted on our website later this week. Of course, if you can't hear me, you probably didn't hear me say that. So I hope you were able to get a little bit of sound to at least get the answer to that question. Okay. Those are about all of the questions that I see coming in. I'm going to pause again for about 1 minute. Again, not an actual break, but just a pause for about 1 minute so that you can send through any questions that you might have on anything we've discussed so far. And then I will talk about the level income option. Okay, so a 1 minute pause here, and I'll be right back. Okay, that's been about a minute. A few questions did come through, a couple individual questions I actually answered through the chat while we were paused. There is another question about taxes on a Roth from Joseph. Joseph, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to your question about taxes on a Roth. You might want to talk with a financial consultant. A question about someone trying to join on a second computer. The link is unique to you. I believe that the link will only work on one computer, but I am not positive. I don't know that I've had that question asked over the 6 webinars that we've done. So again, the recording will be available on our website if someone's trying to watch and is unable to see it on the same computer that you're looking at right now. Okay, so back to our presentation here. On the construction pension fund, there is an additional payment option called a level income option. This option has been around since 1996. It's not terribly popular, but I would like you to know that it exists. I am going to move through it rather quickly, and if you have a question about it or if you are interested in it, I would urge you to give the Retirement Benefits Department a call next week or at your convenience some point in the future, and the Retirement Benefits representative can go over this with you in more detail. I do want to point out that this particular option cannot be combined with that partial lump sum option we just talked about. So if you're interested in the partial lump sum option, thinking that you're going to accept that, you would not be eligible for the level income. So the level income option, again, only available on the construction fund. If you are at least 60 years old and you have at least a quarter year of pension credit within the 3-year pension prior to your retirement, you are eligible to elect something called a level income option. And you cannot be starting your Social Security yet. It takes into account both your pension benefit and your monthly Social Security benefit. Okay, so a part of what you need to do for the level income option, if you're interested in it, is you need to provide the pension fund a copy of your Social Security estimate. So you can log into Social Security online and you can create a My Social Security account at ssa.gov. Okay. It's free, it's secure, you can see your Social Security, you can run Social Security estimates. If you can't find your old Social Security card that maybe got issued when you were a child, you can request a replacement Social Security card. You can generate personalized estimates of benefits to see where your Social Security benefit is. You can get estimates for spousal benefits, and you can actually even apply for Social Security benefits online. Okay, if you're already getting Social Security, or once you start to get your Social Security, you set up or change your Social Security direct deposit online. Okay, so this is what a Social Security statement actually has historically looked like. I personally just got an email from Social Security last week indicating that they've revamped these statements. So I logged into my Social Security account and the statement looks a little bit different now. These pardon me. These prior statements were 4 pages long. The new statement is sort of simplified and it's only 2 pages long. So for the next webinar, I'll change out this graphic. But it's a good idea to have your own My Social Security account so you can estimate your Social Security benefits. If you are interested in the level income option, you are going to send in a copy of your personal Social Security estimate to the pension fund office so that we can generate your level income estimate for you. Okay, so let's look at an example. This retiree has 42 years of pension credit with a $100 benefit accrual rate because there's no 3-year calculation break. So the monthly pension benefit from the pension fund is $4,200. The carpenter gets an estimate from Social Security, and the Social Security estimate indicates that he's going to get $1,200 a month when his Social Security begins. Okay, so he sends the pension fund the Social Security estimate. The pension service representative looks at our book of actuarial factors, or actually really enters the information into the computer system, and the actuarial factor pops up. So Social Security benefit is multiplied by the actuarial factor. Again, these change every July, and they change every month as you get older. Okay, and we come up with the math of $1,029.60. So what we do to calculate the amount that the carpenter will receive under a level income benefit is we take the $4,260 certain amount from the pension plan. We add to that the $1,029 amount that we just calculated based off the $1,200 Social Security estimate, and we come up with a monthly amount of $5,229. Okay. So the carpenter can go on pension at age 60, start to draw a monthly pension benefit of $5,229. Okay. He can draw that monthly pension benefit from the time the pension starts until the time Social Security begins. Now, in our estimate, our example here, we're assuming that Social Security begins at age 62 for this carpenter. So once Social Security begins, the benefit from the fund decreases. So prior to Social Security, the carpenter is getting $42.29 a month. Once Social Security begins, we subtract off the full $1,200 that the carpenter is going to get from Social Security, and the benefit from the pension fund goes down to $4,029 a month. It's called a level income option because the carpenter is still getting $5,229.60 every month. Prior to Social Security, the $5,229.60 all came from the pension fund. Once Social Security starts, $40.29 of that comes from the pension fund, and $1,200 comes from Social Security, but the total income in the carpenter's pocket is still $52.29.60 a month. Okay, so this is a permanent reduction. Okay, so this amount doesn't go back up to the full 60 certain amount of $4,200, because had the carpenter not taken the level income option, the base 60 certain amount would be $4,200. So once Social Security starts, the carpenter's permanent base monthly amount is $4,029. So he's taking a permanent reduction of about $170 a month for the rest of his lifetime to account for the extra money that he got up front from age 60 until Social Security begins at age 62. Okay. Estimates can be generated for this for Social Security beginning at age 65, or most of you registered today, your normal Social Security age is probably either age 66 or 67 now. So we can generate estimates for you for the different Social Security start dates. Okay. And we can generate estimates for the joint and survivor options, because even though my example slide here does not show joint and survivor benefits, it is possible to pick a joint and survivor, either the 50%, 75%, or 100% joint and survivor option with the level income, should you be interested in this option. Okay. So your income remains level. The total, those last two bullet points I actually went over already. So we are going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, so I will start talking again at 10:57. 10:57. It's 10:52 right now. So that'll give you 5 minutes to go grab a cup of coffee or something. And in the meantime, I will watch any questions come through on the chat. And then we will talk about disability pension, prohibited employment, and a few other things. Okay, so back at 10:57. Thank you. Okay, and we are back. Hope everybody was able to go grab a soda or a cup of coffee or something. And I answered a couple of questions directly through the chat for some folks who put through some individual questions. A couple of people, you really need to talk to your tax advisors or your financial advisors, folks. I'm not a tax advisor or a financial advisor, and the staff that works for me at the Retirement Benefits Department isn't either. So those might be a financial advisor or a tax advisor. Might be someone that you want to talk to as you work with your retirement planning. Okay. Our next topic, disability pension. Okay, it's a tough trade. A lot of people end up with some type of a disability at the end of their working career. If it's maybe it's bad knees or a bad shoulder, or maybe it's something a little more debilitating. So, under the rules of the pension plan, a carpenter is considered disabled if you are unable to engage in any substantial gainful work activity. So only being unable to work as a carpenter, while a very bad thing, certainly, just being disabled for carpentry is not enough to qualify for a disability pension. Okay, you have to be unable to do any type of substantial gainful work. So any kind of work that utilizes physical or mental duties or a combination of both work for which you get paid. So it's a pretty stiff definition of disability to meet that standard. So to be eligible for a disability pension for each of the plans, construction and mill, in addition to actually being disabled, there is a credit requirement that goes along with that. On the construction pension plan, you have to have at least 15 years of pension credit, or if you don't have 15 years, you may qualify for a disability pension with 10 years of credit, provided that you have a quarter year of credit in the year you became disabled or one of the preceding 5 years. On the Millman pension plan, you need at least 10 years of credit and a quarter in the year that you became disabled or one of the immediately preceding 2 years. Okay. So to prove your disability status, you either need to have a Social Security Disability Award letter under Title II of Social Security, okay? And that's pretty much the gold standard. If you've received Social Security disability, the Pension Fund Office is going to consider you disabled, and they're going to work with you on a disability pension, provided you meet the credits requirement that I discussed on the prior slide. If you do not yet have Social Security disability, you can still apply for a disability pension. So you don't necessarily have to wait to get Social Security disability. Sometimes that process can take months or maybe even years if you're denied and have to appeal. So you do not have to wait for Social Security disability. If you don't have that yet, along with your pension application, you can submit medical records substantiating your claim of disability. Now, I am not a doctor, and neither is the staff that I work with at the Pension Fund Office. So what we do is we take your medical records and we submit them to an outside independent medical consultant. And that independent medical consultant, using the medical records, will determine whether or not you meet the plan's definition of disability. Okay. Well, why might you want a disability pension? Nobody wants to be disabled. But if you are not yet 60 in the construction fund or 65 in the Millman pension fund, if indeed you commence benefits and qualify to commence benefits under a disability pension, there's no early reduction factor. So there's no reduction for your age if you're not yet 60 or 65. Okay. A disability pension can be payable as a 60 certain guarantee, and all of the joint and survivor options and that partial lump sum option, they are all available under the disability option. However, the level income option is not available under a disability pension. Okay. The work restrictions on a disability pension differ slightly also, and we will talk about prohibited employment and work restrictions for non-disability pensions in a few slides that's coming up. But if indeed you are on a disability pension, for the work restriction, you cannot work in the building trades at all, okay? And the earnings that you are allowed to make from some other type of employment, it's a very limited amount, $1,310 a month, and that's the Social Security gainful employment limit. Social Security, at least as of last week, they had not yet announced the update for 2022. This usually goes up every year, not by much, by like, $10 or $20 sometimes on an annual basis. So an example of work that you might do on a disability pension, again, it's nothing substantial. I personally, and those of you who have attended a webinar or a seminar before, I always use this example. Back in the day when I was a service representative, before I was the pension manager, I processed a disability pension for a wonderful gentleman who was disabled. He got out of the house a couple of mornings a week. He literally bakes the biscuits at McDonald's in the morning a couple of mornings a week just to get himself out of the house. So he certainly didn't make anywhere near the Social Security earnings limit because he was indeed truly disabled. But he was able to do a little bit of work to get himself out of the house a couple of days a week. So that would be the type of work that we might be talking about on a disability pension. So if indeed you are interested in disability pension estimates or additional information about disability, please give the Retirement Benefits Department at the fund office a call, and we can certainly send you out information or estimates for a disability pension. Okay. I want to spend a moment on pre-retirement death benefits. Okay. So what happens if you pass away prior to starting your pension? So if you are married at least 1 year at the time of your passing and you are not yet on pension, under the construction pension plan, there's a 100% joint and survivor benefit. So to put it into context, you would, on the personal estimates that you received, you would look at your B like in boy estimate, and you would look at the 100% joint and survivor benefit. On the Millman pension plan, there is a pre-retirement joint and survivor 50% benefit available if you, the carpenter, pass away prior to commencing your pension and you are married at least 1 year at the time of your passing. Okay. There are several of you registered today who are not married. So for a pre-retirement death benefit, if you are not married or not married for at least a year at the time of your passing, if you are at least early retirement age, which is 55 from the construction plan or 60 from the Millman pension plan, then the benefit is paid as a pre-retirement 60 certain guarantee. So we basically calculate what your monthly pension benefit would be if you had passed away the day, we calculate the pension as of the day before you passed away. And any early reduction factors due to your age would be applicable to the calculation. So, one moment. Pardon me. So, for example, if you passed away at age 59, you're not married, pre-retirement, you passed away at age 59 out of the construction plan, we would calculate the benefit as if you passed away, if you started pension the day before you passed away, and there would be a 5% reduction applied to the calculation for your age because you're not yet 60. On the Millman side, if you were at least 60 but not yet 65, so for example, let's say you're 64 when you pass away and you're not married, there would be a 6.6 early reduction factor applied to that calculation because you passed away prior to age 65. Okay. If you are not yet early retirement age, then the benefit is called a pre-retirement death benefit. And there are credit requirements around this, which you can read here for yourself. But the way a pre-retirement death benefit works, if you're not early retirement age and you're not married, it's your total years of pension credit multiplied by what's called a death benefit rate. And in the construction plan, it's 875, and in the Millman plan, it's 345. So it's not as much as a pre-retirement 60 certain benefit in most cases. So just for example, if you had 10 years of pension credit multiplied by $875, the full benefit is only $8,750, and that's split out over 60 equal monthly pension payments. Okay. Most of you here today are at least early retirement age, so I'm not going to really cover any more with that. If, however, you do want some additional information about pre-early retirement, pre-death benefits if you're not married, give the fund office a call. We're nice people. We can help you. We can answer your questions. Once you are actually retired and receiving pension benefits, okay, there is a one-time lump sum death benefit that is payable in addition to any monthly pension benefits that may still be payable depending on which joint and survivor option you chose. So from the construction pension plan, there is a one-time $3,000 lump sum death benefit that's payable upon the passing of the carpenter. And from the Millman pension plan, there is a one-time $2,000 benefit that is payable upon the passing of the carpenter. So you will designate a beneficiary for this benefit at the time you complete your pension paperwork. Okay. For those of you who may be receiving a pension benefit from both the construction and the Millman pension plan, the total death benefit payable is $3,000. So you do not get 3 from construction plus 2 from Mill. It's not a $5,000 benefit, but the total max benefit is $3,000 if you're getting a check from both the construction pension plan and the Millman pension plan. Okay. Again, this is payable upon the death of the carpenter who is already drawing a pension benefit at the time of death. It does not get paid out when a spouse passes away. Okay. I would also like to mention that for those of you who are eligible for the active working carpenter medical benefits, while you are eligible for the active working carpenter medical benefits, you do have a $50,000 life insurance policy through the Hartford. Used to be Aetna, but now through the Hartford. So if you're still eligible, if you're still working, you're eligible for the active medical benefits, you have a $50,000 life insurance. That $50,000 life insurance does end when your active medical benefits end. And there is the opportunity for you to possibly be covered by a $25,000 life insurance policy under the retiree health benefits. And we'll talk about that in a little more detail when we get to the retiree health benefits. So the last personalized printout in the packet of information that you received is a printout of your beneficiary dates and your supplemental retirement plan balance. It has a D like in David, on the top right-hand corner. Okay, so that's what we're going to look at now. Okay, so this printout shows you the date that you last designated a beneficiary for the construction pension fund, for the Millman pension fund, for the supplemental retirement, the John Hancock supplemental retirement plan. And we've also given you your approximate monthly balance for the supplemental retirement plan. Again, I'm sorry, I don't have the date in front of me. I believe it was an end of June balance also on the personal printouts that you got, but it might be an end of September balance. In either case, you do receive quarterly statements from John Hancock, so you can look at your quarterly statement. If you don't remember what that John Hancock balance is, you can also log into the John Hancock website and retrieve your balance. So Beneficiaries, it's important that you know your beneficiary designation dates and you keep your beneficiary designation forms up to date. Okay. In the handouts for today, the links were emailed to you, or again, you can access the handouts through the presentation app on your tablet or your desktop computer, or you can call the fund office if you need beneficiary forms, paper forms mailed out to you. Okay. You want to make sure that they are up to date. If you see the word none on this printout, it means you don't have a beneficiary on file. Now, clearly, if you are someone who all of your pension credit is with the construction pension fund, then there's no reason to be concerned about the fact that the Millman pension fund shows that you don't have a beneficiary on file. The same in reverse. If all of your pension credit is exclusively with the Millman pension fund, you don't need to be concerned about the fact that maybe the construction pension fund shows that there's no beneficiary on file. Okay. It is important that you keep your beneficiaries up to date. Okay. You want to make sure that your wishes are carried out if indeed you pass away. Okay. So you need to complete a beneficiary form. You see on the D printout if you have a form. You can obtain a form by calling us. You can grab a form on our website and print it out. Your beneficiary designation has to be on file with the fund office prior to your passing. You can name one or more beneficiaries. You can also name contingent beneficiaries in case your primary beneficiary passes away before you. Okay. You can change your beneficiary designation at any time. Okay. If you are married, your spouse needs to consent to your designation of beneficiary. And if you are married, your spouse is automatically your primary beneficiary. Okay, so looking at the beneficiary forms in your handouts, we've actually given you a pension beneficiary form, a supplemental retirement beneficiary form, and a life insurance beneficiary form. Okay. The life insurance beneficiary form is the third form there. You don't need to worry about that unless you are currently actively eligible for medical benefits. Okay. And that would be if you want to update your active welfare fund life insurance beneficiary. If you are unsure of who your active welfare fund life insurance beneficiary is, please give the fund office health benefits department. That's option 3 when you call in. The health benefits department can assist you with your latest beneficiary designation date for your active plan health benefits. Okay. Looking at the pension plan and the supplemental plan beneficiary form, the front side of the form is for designating your primary beneficiary. Usually, for those of you who are married, your spouse is going to go alone on the front side of the form as your primary beneficiary. And on the back side of the form, you would name your contingent, your secondary beneficiaries. Okay. As you fill out the form with your contingent beneficiaries, or even your primary beneficiaries if you're not currently married, please consider your options carefully. So if you're married, your spouse goes on the front as a primary. And on the back of the form, a lot of people like to list their children as their contingent, as their secondary beneficiaries. And for those of you who have attended a seminar or a webinar before, I know you have heard me say this before, so please forgive me for using the same example. But if you want your kids to be your secondary beneficiary and you think, oh, I'm just going to name Tommy. Tommy's a good boy, and I know that he will split that benefit with his brothers and sisters. Okay. There's a couple of things to think about. First of all, if you only name Tommy, all of the income that Tommy will get as the secondary or primary beneficiary, it will all be taxable income for Tommy. So even if he splits that money with his siblings, Tommy's the one who's going to be paying federal income tax on that benefit as a sole beneficiary. Okay. So if your intent is for all of the kids, for Tommy and Susie and Joey, if you want them all to split the benefit equally, list each of the children individually on the form as your contingent beneficiaries if you're married, or maybe even your primary beneficiary if you're not married. That way, each child We will pay each child separately. They'll each get their own check, and it will each be taxable for them under their own Social Security numbers. Now, I use kids as an example. You are under no obligation to name your children as your primary or secondary beneficiaries. Maybe you want to name a friend or a different relative, or maybe you really truly do just want Tommy to be your only beneficiary and for, Tommy just to get the whole benefit and not to split the benefit with his siblings. All of those situations are perfectly fine. I just want you to be aware that if your intent is for the kids to split the benefit, you should list each of the kids separately. There's room on the form for 3 beneficiaries. If you have more than 3 children, you can print out a second copy of the form. Just send in 2 forms together or give us a call at the fund office. We can send you an additional form if you need room for more than 4 beneficiaries. Okay. So this is what I just covered. Benefits are taxable separately. So what happens if you pass without a designated beneficiary? There is what's called an order of succession under the plan if you pass away without a designated beneficiary. So your surviving spouse, if you're married, is automatically your primary beneficiary. If you are not married, or if you and your spouse pass, goodness forbid, together in like an automobile accident or something, your surviving biological children would be your secondary beneficiaries in equal shares. Biological or legally adopted children. If you don't have a surviving spouse or any children, then your surviving parents in equal shares would be your beneficiaries under order of succession. If your parents have passed, then the pension fund will actually look at the beneficiaries that you named on your welfare fund life insurance beneficiary form to see who gets the benefit. Okay. If none of these classes of beneficiaries survive, then the pension terminates. So it's really an important thing for you to have a beneficiary designated. I mean, you don't want money that you've vested into the pension plan. You don't want money to remain with the pension plan if you pass without a beneficiary on file, or if one of those classes of beneficiary don't survive. So it's really an important thing to take care of, please. Okay, looking over here. I'm looking at the questions coming through. Can you designate a child instead of a spouse? If you are married, in order to designate a child instead of your spouse, you must be at least early retirement age, which in the construction plan is 55 and in the Millman plan is 60. And your spouse needs to sign a consent form if you want your child to be your primary beneficiary instead of your spouse. If you are not yet early retirement age, then the answer is no. If you are married, you must designate a spouse as a primary. You cannot designate children or anyone else for that matter as a primary until you reach early retirement age. The supplemental retirement fund that I have been speaking of, yes, that is indeed the John Hancock Fund. Okay, so those are the same thing. And those are all the questions I see coming through right now. So applying for benefits. Let's talk about actually applying for benefits. When should you request and file your pension application? Our recommendation is that you call the Retirement Benefits Department at least 5 months in advance to get an application packet, and that you complete and submit your application at least 4 months in advance. Okay. Pension application packets are only valid for 6 months from the date that they are sent out to you. Okay. The handouts and the estimates that you have received for today's webinar are indeed a valid pension application. So you can use the estimates that came in your personalized packet that we mailed out to you, and the handouts that are part of the the email that you received or that you can link to through today's presentation, you can use those as a valid application packet, okay? But it's only good for 6 months. If you are one of the individuals registered today who indicated that you want to start your pension for January 1st, if you have not already applied for January 1st, it is time to apply now, okay? January is always our busiest month, and we are contending with the holidays over, our processing period for January. We process 60 days in advance. So now is the time to apply for January. So if you haven't already, and if you want a January pension start date, you should be filling out your pension application and getting it into the pension fund as soon as possible. If you want to come in for a one-on-one, again, the Chicago and the Lisle offices are both open. Give us a call on Monday, set up an appointment to come in for a one-on-one meeting with a retirement benefits representative. I have a fantastic team in the retirement benefits department, and I'm sure that they can help you fill out your paperwork. Okay. If you're looking at retiring next year, but maybe you're not thinking of January, then you have a little bit of time still, okay? These time frames, submitting 4 months in advance, is a recommendation that gives us enough time to go back and forth with you in case we still need some additional items from you. Maybe you forget to send in a proof of age, or maybe you miss answering one of the questions on the application. So 4 months in advance is a recommendation. If you are wanting to retire sooner than 4 months from now, give the Retirement Benefits Department a call again and talk about your time frames, okay? But January, really get those applications in, folks. January is always a really, really busy time. We want to make sure that we process as many people as we can for the months that they want to begin. So that said, there are 2 different dates we talk about with pension benefits. We talk about an effective date. That's the date you're first entitled to pension benefits. In most cases, your effective date can usually be the first of the month after we receive your application. So, for example, if you filed your application next Monday on October 16, 17, on October 18th, your pension could be effective for November 1st. I know we're not 4 months out. Again, 4 months, applying 4 months ahead of time is just a recommendation to help everything go smoothly. We can process in less time, okay, but it's sometimes a challenge, okay? So at this point in time, if you were to file on Monday, it is possible that you would be entitled to a November, what's called an effective date. You'd be entitled to November pension money. All pensions start on the first of the month. Okay, there's no such thing as a pension starting on November 10th or November 18th or November 20th. It's November 1st, December 1st, January 1st, etc. All pensions start on the first of the month. The effective date in general can be the first of the month after you file your application. But just because you're entitled to November, in the example I just gave, just because you're entitled to November pension money because you apply next week, it doesn't mean that we are going to be able to cut your first pension check for November, okay? In general, it takes us at least 60, sometimes 90 days to actually process that first pension check for your award date, okay? Your award date is the date the fund office issues your first pension check, okay? If your award date is later than your effective date, your first check will include any retroactive payments that may be due to you. So let's keep with my example. You want to go as soon as possible. In fact, you want to start your pension for November 1st. You call us on Monday, you make an appointment, you come in on Wednesday or Thursday next week, you drop off your pension application and all of your supporting documents. You're entitled to a November effective date. You would be entitled to November pension money. However, there is no way that you're going to get your first pension check in November. We are done processing November pensions already. Okay. It will take us about 60 days to process. So you might get your first check in December, or you might get your first check in January, depending on how much we have to process. So if that's the scenario, you apply next week, maybe we get you processed for December 1st, then your December 1st check will include the November and the December payments together. Okay. Maybe we don't have enough time to get you processed for December. Maybe you didn't bring your proof of age. You didn't bring your birth certificate with you when you come to the office next week, and you have to send that in later, and you don't send that in until the middle of November. Well, then we won't even have time to process you for December. We might process you for January 1st, and then that January 1st check would have the November and the December payments together on it. Okay. So we recommend, going back a slide, that's why we recommend this 4-month window. Okay. Now, I know January is not 4 months out. January is a really popular month. For some reason, a lot of folks want to start their pension like for the first of the year, like start the new year as a retiree. We can still do this for January, but you need to get your information in. And now I've probably harped on that more than enough, and you're probably thinking, all right, Sherry, we get it, move on. So that's what I'm going to do. When you apply for benefits, we do need required documents. And in the handout packet for the pension handout packet, the list of the full list of required documents and your options is on page P17 in the pension handout. Okay. So we need a proof of age for you. And if you're taking a joint and survivor option, we also need a proof of age for your spouse. Okay. In general, what we're looking for is a county certified birth certificate. Okay. So the little commemorative birth certificate that you get from the hospital, like with your footprints on it, that does not count. That is not a county certified birth certificate. That's just a hospital commemorative. So you want to be looking for your county certified. If you don't have it, you want to contact the county in which you were born and order or request a copy. Okay. There are also options to county certified birth certificates, which are listed on the handout. One of the questions that came through on one of the earlier short breaks was, is a passport okay? Yes, a passport is absolutely acceptable to use as proof of age. Okay, so that list on page P17 of the handouts shows all of the options that you have there. Also, if you are taking a joint and survivor benefit, and or if you want to cover your spouse on the health benefits, we will also need a county certified marriage certificate. Okay, so not a commemorative one that you maybe got from a church or a synagogue or wherever you were married if you were married in a religious ceremony, but the actual county certified marriage certificate. Okay. Copies are acceptable. For years and years and years, we required originals, and now we are accepting copies. So you no longer need to send us your original documents. You can make copies of those original documents as long as the copies are legible, and you can send in copies. We also need a copy of your government-issued photo ID. For most people, that means a driver's license for both the carpenter and, if you are married, for your spouse. Okay. If you're going to submit your passport as your proof of age, then that passport kind of ticks both boxes. It counts as a proof of age, and it counts as a government-issued photo ID. Okay. If you don't have access to a copy machine, if you are making an appointment and coming into the fund office to file your application, bring your originals with you. We'll copy them or scan them into our imaging system right there while you're in the office, and we will give your originals back to you while you are in the office. Okay. Applying for benefits, required documents we went over, payments. All pension payments are made on the first of the month. Okay. I mentioned already a pension can't start mid-month. All pension checks are also paid on the first of the month, and we pay the month ahead. So the check that you're going to get December 1st is for the month of December. The check you're going to get January 1st is for the month of January. That's different from Social Security. Social Security does it the other way around. Social Security, you wait a month. So the check that you get at the beginning of January is actually for the month of December under the Social Security rules. We pay the month ahead. Okay. Your first pension check will be a paper check. Okay. That first pension check will come out to you the first week of the first month that you're retired. And it will come out to you in a big white envelope, like the size of a full sheet of paper, and an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, because enclosed with that first check, we are legally required to send you copies of the suspension of benefit rules, of the pension plan document, of the appeal rules, and several other things that the government says you have to get along with your first pension check. So that all comes together with your first pension check. If you are taking the lump sum, the partial lump sum, if you're taking that and having that paid directly to you, that partial lump sum payment will also be enclosed in that same big envelope in the first week of the month in which you retire. If you are taking the partial lump sum and if you are going to roll it over to a financial institution, the lump check will be mailed directly to the financial institution, and you will just get your monthly pension check along with the required documents that the government says we have to send out to you with your first check. Direct deposit is mandatory, and it starts with your second pension payment. Okay, so you're going to ask you as part of the pension application for your banking information so that we know where to directly deposit your checks. Okay. We do not mail out check stubs or like direct deposit advice notices, but you will be able, on our new participant portal, which is coming very soon, you will be able to create a user ID and log in and see your pension payments, including medical insurance deductions and federal tax withholding, things like that. The new participant portal, it's actually almost ready. We've been working on it for over a year now. And it's delayed just a little bit because the login, we have to be able to do two-factor authentication on the login under new, I can't remember if it's IRS or Department of Labor, but under new government regulations, we have to do a two-factor authentication. So that means basically you log in and then a code gets sent to your cell phone or your email, and you have to enter the code to log in as a second authentication. So as soon as they get the two-factor authentication up and running, it's really exciting. The new portal, you'll be able to do a lot of things. You'll be able to create your own estimates if you're not yet retired. You'll be able to see your pension credit. You'll be able to see your employer contributions, how many hours have been paid in on your behalf. You'll be able to see your health benefit eligibility, if you're eligible for active health benefits or not. A lot of work has gone into that portal. So that's coming hopefully relatively soon. But back to what I'm talking about here, direct deposit, you'll be able to on the portal actually see kind of your monthly check stubs. Okay. I already mentioned this, the monthly pension is federally taxable. And as part of the information that we are required to send out to you, there's something called a federally required benefit payment option and relative value written explanation. And that is part of the handouts that we sent out in the links on the email. And that runs from handout page 38 to page 44 on the handout. So page 38 to 44 on the handout. Those pages are a really good written explanation of how the 60 Certain works, how all of the joint and survivor benefits works. So, if the webinar is over with and you think, oh, gee, what did she say about the 75% joint survivor? You can refer back to those things on the handouts. Okay. Some questions are coming through, so I'm just going to look over here and see what's coming through. If you stop working prior to age 60 in the construction fund or age 65 in the Millman fund, do you have to start your pension as soon as you stop working, or can you wait until you turn 60 or 65 or whatever age you choose? You can definitely wait. You do not need to start your pension benefit as soon as you stop working. So if you stop working and earning pension credit at age 57, you can wait to draw your pension benefit until age 60 if that is what you choose to do so. You might want to talk with a financial planner because there's a lot of things that go into that. Don't only consider how much more your monthly pension will be when you turn 60 if you wait, but consider how much money you're giving up during the years where you're 57, 58, and 59. I mean, does it make sense to give up the monthly pension benefits, albeit at a lesser monthly amount? Does it make sense to give up those 3 years of monthly pension benefits to wait until age 60 not to have an age reduction? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. That's something you would want to talk with a financial advisor about. A question about the personalized D printout, D like in David, where your supplemental retirement plan account is, your John Hancock account. That is your total account balance listed on there. That is not a monthly benefit. Okay, that's your total account balance listed on the D printout for the John Hancock balance. A couple questions coming through about health insurance, and I'll talk about those when we get to health insurance. A couple questions coming through about prohibited employment, which is coming up. So I'm going to move on here with our slides. It looks like all of the questions that are coming through right now are things that I will be covering. Okay. Benefit adjustments. So those of you who've been a carpenter for some time are probably familiar with the fact that the hours that you work this month are not actually paid into the pension fund by your employer. They're not due until the 15th of next month. So, for example, any hours that you work during the month of October, the employer doesn't have to report on those and send us their employer contributions on those until November 15th. So I already mentioned when we were talking about effective and award dates that the Retirement Benefits Department, we're done processing new pensioners for November 1st already. Okay, so some of those new pensioners for November 1st, they're still working. They're going to work all the way until the end of October, and then they're going to start their pension November 1st. Well, we've already processed their November 1st pension benefit. So what happens if those extra hours that are going to come in, those October hours that are going to come in from the employer on November 15th, what happens if those October hours push them up to another quarter year of pension credit? Okay. Approximately 3 or 4 months after your pension starts, the Retirement Benefits Department staff goes back and rechecks everybody's record to see if any additional credit has come in on your behalf, if any additional hours have come in which lead to additional credit. Okay. If indeed there is additional credit, so maybe we processed your pension benefit with 45 years of credit, and now the additional hours that have come in bring you up to 45 and a quarter years, we're going to recalculate your pension benefit based on that new total. So based on that 45 and a quarter years that now exists because of the October hours. Okay. And we will make an adjustment to your monthly pension benefit. And we will pay you any back money that we owe you. Okay. So if you retire for November 1st, December, January, February is 3 months, March is 4 months. So in February or March, if you've retired in November, you should watch your pension check to see if we've made an adjustment to increase your regular monthly amount for any additional quarters of credit that may have come in. Plus, we will give you any back money that we owe you for November, December, and January, or February if we don't process till March. Okay, so we adjust you and we give you the back money that we owe you for the couple of months you've already been on pension. If you have elected the partial lump sum option, the lump sum check, the lump sum amount will not be adjusted. The full adjustment for any additional quarters that might come in is made on the monthly amount. So the value of any additional quarters is tagged on to your monthly benefit. We do not adjust to the partial lump sum option. Okay. In some instances, and we're going to talk about this in just another slide or two when we start talking about prohibited employment, if you are age 65 or age 70 and a half, there are certain scenarios where you may still be working and drawing your pension benefit. So if that is true, and you are at least 65 or maybe even 70 and a half and still working and drawing your pension benefit, if you pick up additional pension credit, we make an adjustment to your pension benefit once a year for any additional pension credit. Okay, so that's benefit adjustments. A couple of questions have come through about the type of work you can or can't do, or how far in advance you have to stop working to start your pension. So to start your pension, IRS regulations require what's called a legitimate severance of employment. Okay, a legitimate severance of employment means you have to stop working for any employer who has a collective bargaining agreement with the regional council and who pays contributions to the pension fund. And you have to stop working in any capacity with that employer. So, for example, you cannot say, well, for years and years, I've worked as a carpenter. I've worked with the tools for XYZ Construction, and XYZ Construction has paid into the pension fund on my behalf because they have a collective bargaining agreement with the pension fund. So now I want to start drawing my pension, and I still want to work for XYZ Construction, but I just want to work for them as a delivery driver. Like, I'm going to stop working with the tools. I'm really not going to be involved in the building trades anymore. I'm just going to be a driver for them. Well, you cannot do that. You have to stop working for a signatory employer in any capacity at all in order to start your pension benefit. Okay. The second requirement is that you cannot be working in any type of prohibited employment. And our next slide is going to look at, next slide is going to look at severance, but we're going to look at prohibited employment in another slide. So it's a two-part criteria. There has to be a severance of employment, and you cannot be working in prohibited employment. And this last bullet point, if you stop working, do you have to apply for benefits right away? No, you can wait and apply for benefits later. So a legitimate severance of employment. A prearranged severance and a subsequent rehire does not qualify as a severance of employment. So I want to retire and start my pension. I want to work for XYZ Construction as a delivery driver for XYZ Construction. So I'm going to maybe talk to my boss at XYZ Construction and say, well, hey boss, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit my job at XYZ Construction, and I'm gonna go on vacation for a month. I'm gonna go on vacation for a month, and I'm gonna start my pension during that month, and then after that month, I'm gonna come back, and hey, you're gonna rehire me as a delivery driver, right? Well, that counts as a prearranged termination and subsequent rehire, and that is not allowed. Okay, that does not make it a legitimate severance of employment. There can't be this kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge agreement between you and your employer that you're still going to come back and work for that employer after you commence your pension benefits. You have to stop performing services for a signatory employer, and have no intent of returning to employment with that employer, or for that matter, any other signatory employer who contributes to the pension fund. There is an exception to this termination rule, to this severance rule, if you are already 65. Okay, if you are already 65 years old and you are not going to be working in prohibited employment, so in my example, you want to be a delivery driver, you can do that for a signatory employer, okay, as long as you are at least 65. Pre-65, you cannot do that. There has to be a true and legitimate severance of employment. You have to stop working for any signatory employer. Part 2 of the test, not just a severance, but part 2 of the test is, are you actually wanting to work at something which we would consider prohibited employment for either an employer signatory to the fund or any other employer, even, goodness forbid, a non-union employer. Okay, so you cannot work at anything that is prohibited employment for either a signatory employer or for a non-union employer. Okay, the supporting information, the handouts, the pension handouts, have specific information on pages 45 to 47 regarding prohibited employment. So you cannot have any type of employment, self-employment, or other business activity in the trade or craft of carpentry, or other business activity covered by a collective bargaining or a participation agreement in order to start your pension. So pre-65, you cannot work in anything considered prohibited employment at all in any geographic location anywhere in the country. Between 65 and 70 and a half, you can work in prohibited employment, but only for a little tiny bit. You can only work in prohibited employment for less than 40 hours a month in the geographic area covered by the plan. And that's known as the 39-hour rule. So if you are already 65, you can draw your pension and still work in prohibited employment for a signatory employer, if you're 65, for less than 40 hours a month. We call it the 39-hour rule. Okay. Those 39 hours do not transfer from month to month to month. So it's basically a use it or lose it. So if you're interested in working still at 65, you can work 39 hours a month for a signatory employer. But if you skip a month, you cannot work double the next month. So it's not, oh, I'm allowed 39 hours a month and I'm going to skip a couple of months and then I'm going to skip, 2 months and then in the third month I'm going to work triple. That's not how it works. It's basically a use it or lose it under the 39-hour rule. And remember, you have to be at least 65. If you are not 65 yet, you cannot work at all in prohibited employment. Once you are 70 and a half or older, there are no work restrictions under federal regulation, so you can draw your pension and still work full-time in the trade for a contributing employer if you are at least 70 and a half years old. So that's laid out. Usually someone asks, what is the geographic location covered by the plan? So that expands to more than just the geographic location covered by the council. Okay, the geographic location covered by the plan consists of any area within the country for which contributions could be transferred back to the plan. So there are what's called reciprocal agreements in place with almost everywhere in the country that I can think of off the top of my head that would allow a pension plan, say, out in California or out in Arizona or over in New York. If you work in those areas, those plans could reciprocate hours back to the Chicago Pension Fund. So that's also considered part of the geographic area covered by the plan. So it's pretty much the United States. that is covered by the definition of a geographic area of the plan. So getting a little more specific, and I do see that some questions are coming through. I'm going to get through the presentation and then I'm going to look at the questions, okay? So what is prohibited employment? Well, you can't work with the tools. It is prohibited employment to be working with the tools. You can't work as a building inspector for a contractor. You cannot do any kind of project management. You can't be a supervisor. You can't be a foreman. You can't be a superintendent. None of those types of things, okay? You can't still work for the council or because the fund office staff is covered by the same pension that all of you are. I could not still be a pension fund employee and draw my pension, okay? And then the last bullet here is you can't be a member of the regional council's e-board or a delegate and be drawing your pension. You're allowed to finish out a term if you're midterm because those are elected positions. You can finish out the balance of your term, but you can't run for re-election. So this is not a comprehensive list. Okay, this is just to give you an idea of what prohibited employment is. Okay, things that are not prohibited, you can be a building inspector for a state, city, or a municipality. You can be a building inspector for a home purchase. So if you want to sell your house or you want to buy a house, you know how there's always a home inspection. So you can do that and still draw your pension. You could do sales, provided that you're not doing any installation. So, for example, you could work for one of those big box hardware stores out there. You could sell cabinets or lumber at one of those big box hardware stores, provided you're working in the store and you're not the individual. If some of those stores offer installation of the cabinets or the door that you buy or the windows that you buy, you cannot be the person that goes out to do the installation. Okay. It's okay to do picket duty for the council. It's certainly okay to do volunteer work. Several of our retirees volunteer for organizations such as Habitat for Humanity. They go out and they build houses for individuals, and they're not being compensated for their work. They're just volunteering. I know one carpenter who does a lot of volunteer work for his church, but he's not getting paid for that work. So these are some examples of things that are prohibited and some examples of things that are not prohibited. Okay. So the possibilities are pretty endless. John Carpenter he's thinking about doing this, and Tom Carpenter, he's thinking about doing that. And is this prohibited employment? Okay. So this is what we highly recommend. If you are considering returning to employment after retirement, or if before you actually apply for benefits or before you start benefits, if you want to know whether or not a job you are considering might be considered prohibited employment, send in a written job description prepared by the employer on the employer's letterhead. Send it into the pension fund office. We will review the job description and talk with the trustees, if necessary, about that job description to see whether or not the particular job you're thinking of would be considered prohibited employment. And we will respond to you in writing. We will send you a written determination as to whether or not the job is considered prohibited employment. So you will have that for your records. So that protects you and it protects the plan. You have a written determination in your records. So if it comes out, if at some point in the future we discover that you're working while you're receiving your pension benefit, and we maybe do a look back at your record, check with your employer, see what you're doing, and we say, oh no, you can't do that, that's prohibited employment, we need to terminate your pension, and we want to recoup the monies that we paid to you that you were not entitled to because you were working in prohibited employment. If you say to us, hey, wait a minute, I called the office and I talked to Tony at the office, and Tony at the office said it was perfectly okay for me to do this job. Well, there's a couple of problems with that. Number one, it's your word against Tony's word as to what you were told. And number two, from a pension perspective, I'm going to tell you, there's no Tony who works in the pension department. Okay, so cover yourself, send in a written job description, and we'll send back a written job description to you for your records so that you can know whether or not the job you're thinking of would be considered prohibited employment. Now, if you want to just commence your pension benefits and you want nothing to do with work anymore, you want to, kick back and just enjoy your retirement, that is perfectly fine. In no way, shape, or form are you obligated to do any type of work. So, let me see what kind of questions are coming through. Some questions about maintenance work, and someone saying something about a head technician. So from those job titles, I absolutely cannot make a determination as to whether or not those jobs would be considered prohibited employment. You need to send in a written job description for a determination. As far as maintenance work, some type of maintenance work is perfectly fine and some isn't. When you think of maintenance work, are you talking about sweeping floors and emptying trash cans? Because that's perfectly fine. If you're talking about maintenance work where you're rekeying locks and you're fixing, window frames and things, well, that's not okay. So to make a determination on that, you need to send in a written job description. If you are not on a disability pension, if you're going on an early pension, a non-reduced, or a normal pension, there's a question here about how much money you can make. Disability pension is the only type of pension where we look at how much money you're making with respect to a particular job. For an early, a non-reduced early, or a normal pension, we're not looking at how much money you're making. We're looking at what type of work you're doing. So, Stephen, for your question about how much you can make on a monthly basis, we're going to look at the work you're doing, not how much money you're making. Some questions coming through about health insurance, which we will get to soon. If you are working under the 39-hour rule, can you get additional pension credit? Absolutely. If you are at least 65 and you're working the 39 hours a month for a contributing employer, that contributing employer will pay in contributions on your hours. And once a year, we will look at your record. We usually look at that in April of every year, and we make credit adjustments in April of every year for the prior year's credit. So if you're working under the 39 hours, yes, you can still pick up additional credit. Same thing applies to age 70 and a half. If you're still working after 70 and a half, picking up extra credit, we will adjust your pension benefit once a month. Roberto, please send in a job description. Question about, is it possible to stop your pension once you start it because you want to go back to work? Absolutely. You can stop your pension, you can suspend your pension benefit, and you can return to work. And then you can restart your pension once you stop working. So you want to let the pension fund office know in advance that you're going to go back to work, and we will stop your pension for the period of time that you're going to work. You will fill out a very short one-page, what's called a reinstatement application when you're ready to restart your pension, and then we'll reprocess your pension and put you back on the pension rolls. Okay. There's actually quite a few questions coming through about prohibited employment. I'm sorry, everyone. I cannot answer all of these individual questions during this presentation. I would like to, but we just simply don't have the time. So any additional questions about prohibited employment, please give the pension fund office a call. We're happy to talk with you. In many cases, you will be told to send in a written job description from the employer. So, keep that in mind. But please work with the pension department team on an individual basis for additional questions on what is or is not prohibited employment. Quite literally, there's probably at least 20 or 25 questions that have come through here, and I just cannot answer all of those individual questions during this presentation. I do apologize if I didn't get to your individual question. Okay. So I'm going to move on here. I'm going to talk about the supplemental retirement plan for a couple of minutes. Then we're going to take one more break, and then we're going to talk about the retiree health benefits, which I know is always of topic of interest for everyone who wants to file their pension paperwork. Okay. So the supplemental retirement plan. This has gone through many names over the years that it's been around. It actually started in June of 2000. It originally was called the annuity plan. Okay. The original administrator was Putnam, and then the administrator, the record keeper, moved from Putnam to Mercer, and now we have John Hancock. So if you're talking about your annuity plan, your Putnam, your Mercer, your John Hancock, or the official title of this plan is the supplemental retirement plan, we're all talking about the same thing. We're just using different names for the same thing. Okay. So as I mentioned previously, each of you gets a monthly statement of benefits, a quarterly statement of benefits from John Hancock. For a long time, those statements were mailed out to you quarterly. Now, if John Hancock has your email on file, you're getting an email notification that you can log into the John Hancock retirement plan site, and you can pick up your quarterly statements online with John Hancock. On the D, like in David, personalized printout that we sent out to you, we gave you an approximate monthly balance that you currently have in John Hancock. If you vested and left the Chicago pension plan prior to June of 2000, and I know at least a couple of you registered today that is the case, you will not have a supplemental retirement plan balance because the contributions didn't start going into the supplemental retirement plan until June of 2000. Okay, so the contributions going into the supplemental retirement plan, again, they are employer contributions over and above your union wages. And that contribution rate has varied over time. When the plan first started back in June of 2000, the contribution rate was $1.50 an hour. It went up and down over the years for a period of time from about 2010, I want to say, until about 2015 or so. That contribution rate was down to 10 cents or 60 cents an hour. Because contributions were reallocated to the regular pension plan to shore up the pension plan after the recession of 2008, 2009, 2010. But over the last several years, the construction pension plan has seen the contribution rate in the supplemental retirement plan increase. Those of you covered by the Millman pension plan, most of the Millman employers, the contribution rate is $1.25 or $1.50 an hour to the supplemental plan. But please keep in mind that the overall contribution rate of the Millman employers is a lesser contribution rate than for the construction plan. So that's the reason for the difference. Currently, as of June of this year, the MARBA affiliates, the construction pension plan, the contribution rate to the supplemental retirement plan is $9 an hour. Okay. Other rates can vary according to the bargaining agreement between the employer and the council. And on the Millman pension side, several different mill employers have different contribution rates to the supplemental plan. So you can check with our employer contributions department if you're not certain what your employer's contribution rate is, pretty much on the mill side. Most of the construction carpenter rates are $9 per hour of service. So you can see what your balances are in the supplemental retirement plan. When you retire and start drawing pension benefits from the regular pension plan, you can start drawing a pension from the supplemental retirement plan, but you are not required, pardon me, you are not required to start drawing out of your supplemental retirement plan until you reach age 72. Okay, it used to be age 70 and a half, and that was called the required minimum distribution age. That age has since increased to 72 for those of you born, I think it's 1949 and later. So if you were not yet 70 and a half by December of 2019, then your minimum required age went up to age 72. If you were already 70 and a half by December of 2019, your minimum age stayed at 70 and a half. So you do not have to start withdrawing from your John Hancock plan, from your supplemental plan when you start your regular pension, but you can if you want to. Out of your John Hancock plan, you can elect to receive installment payments. You can take monthly, quarterly, or annual installment payments and start to draw down on your supplemental balance that way. Or you can do a full-blown withdrawal, 100% of all of your supplemental retirement plan contributions. You can either have those paid directly to you, or you can roll those out to a separate retirement plan, an individual retirement account at the financial institution of your choosing. I would urge you to do some research and think about it before you draw down your funds, like all of your funds at once out of John Hancock and roll them somewhere else. The administrative fees on the supplemental retirement plan, as well as the fees charged by the individual investment options, they're very low rates, and you're gonna find it hard to match those rates on an independent basis if you're moving to an independent IRA or a different individual financial account at a financial institution. Are you entitled to move your funds? Of course you're entitled to move your funds once you're retired. But you might want to think about that and look into the service fees before you move your account somewhere else. Prior to retirement, you can draw from your supplemental retirement plan for certain hardship reasons, and you can do withdrawals from your plan if you're not yet 59 and a half. Once a year, you can withdraw money that has been in the supplemental plan at least for 2 years. And if you are already 59 and a half, once a year, you can make a withdrawal up to 100% of your supplemental retirement account balance. So if you are interested in withdrawals from the supplemental retirement plan prior to retirement, either give John Hancock or the fund office a call, and we can go over your withdrawal options with you. Okay. Once you are ready to make a withdrawal or to start installment payments and start drawing down your supplemental plan balance, you can obtain an application for withdrawal from John Hancock, and the phone number is here on the screen for you. The fund office does not have those applications on hand. So even if you come into the fund office in either Chicago or Lisle, we're going to tell you, sorry, we don't have a Hancock application for you here. You have to call Hancock at the number there, or you can log into the Hancock website, or they have an app, through the App Store or the Google Store. You can get an app for your phone where you can set up your own personal account and request withdrawal applications. Once completed, withdrawal applications go to John Hancock. The only applications that are processed by the pension fund office are hardship withdrawals and disability withdrawals, because those are withdrawals that require supporting documentation. Okay. Now, this is a change. About a third of you registered today have previously attended a seminar or a webinar, and I have always told you that even though you get the application from Hancock, you send it back to the pension fund. That changed a couple of months ago. John Hancock is now administering the processing of the applications, the withdrawal applications, again, except for hardships or disabilities. Those would come back to the pension fund office. So I do not see any questions coming through on the supplemental retirement plan. So we are going to take our final break. We'll take maybe a 6-minute break instead of a 5-minute break. Right now it's actually 12:13. So why don't we come back at 12:20? I will start talking again at 12:20 regarding retiree health benefits. If you have any questions on anything that we've gone over so far, again, general questions, please put them through on the chat. Other questions, please feel free to give the fund office a call. I know I keep repeating that, but when we would do these seminars in person, I would have, 6 or 8 of the retirement benefits representatives in the room with me, and on the breaks, you could go up to them and you could ask questions. And of course, the webinar setting doesn't allow for that. So, but they're still very happy to help you. So give the fund office a call. So I'm going to stop talking now, and I will start talking again at 12:20. Thank you. And we are back. So our last section today is always one that people have a lot of questions about, and of course, understandably, a lot of concern about, and that's retiree health benefits. I would like to mention up front, so that I don't forget if we get into this at the Medicare section, we had a conference call with John Hancock last week, and John Hancock has set up a webinar, and it's not related to your supplemental retirement plan at all. John Hancock is sponsoring a webinar with someone from Medicare who is going to talk about Medicare benefits. And there are actually two different sessions. One will be on Tuesday, November 9th, and one will be on Thursday, November 11th. I'm not sure what time they're at, but John Hancock, again, is having someone from Medicare actually talk about Medicare benefits. So that person will certainly be more of an authority on Medicare benefits than I am. We are going to send out an email notice to everyone who's attending today's webinar with the link to register for that. The link probably isn't going to come out until maybe the first week of November. So watch your email the first week of November. If you are Medicare eligible, or if you just want some more information about Medicare, because I sometimes feel like Medicare is a little bit of a mysterious benefit for some people, this is really coincidental and fortuitous timing for this webinar to be happening. And it does not happen all the time. So, if you are able to attend and listen, I would urge you to do that. So, as we talk about retiree health benefits today, keep putting through your questions on the chat, and I will keep an eye on that. So the topics we're going to go over, we're going to talk about eligibility requirements. We're going to talk about what happens if you're eligible for active benefits at the time you retire. We, of course, will look at premiums, which is a big topic, a topic that people have a lot of questions about. We'll talk about how you postpone enrollment, or whether or not you might want to postpone enrollment in the retiree benefits. And then after we talk about all of that, we'll spend a little bit of time and we'll go over actual coverage, like what percentage of things are paid, things like that. We'll talk about some additional benefits that are available under the retiree plan of benefits. We'll briefly talk about the Carpenters Center for Health and the Carpenters Center for Vision out at the Lisle campus. And we'll also talk about prescription drug benefits. Okay. Something I want to mention before I even turn the slide, I have a little note here. If someone holds a healthcare power of attorney for you, maybe you've given your kids, or maybe you will give your kids or a sibling or a friend healthcare power of attorney as a sort of just in case type thing, in case something happens to you. When you send in your pension application, or if you get the healthcare power of attorney after that, you want to make sure to send in a copy of the healthcare power of attorney to the pension fund office. HIPAA privacy rules really restrict who we can speak with about your healthcare benefits, much more so than your pension benefits. Although we certainly exercise privacy standards when it comes to your pension benefits also. But if one of your kids is calling in to help you with your pension benefits, the standard that we apply to whether or not we can talk to that individual is certainly a much higher standard on the health benefit side due to HIPAA privacy restrictions. So if someone holds a healthcare power of attorney for you, please send it into the pension fund office so that we have it on file and we can talk freely with that person about any questions about not only, and some people think, oh, healthcare power of attorney, it's just for you to discuss my illnesses with someone. It's not. HIPAA privacy covers things, even simple things like, are you enrolled in health benefit coverage, or what's your health benefit premium? So all those things are restricted by HIPAA privacy rules. And you want to send in health benefit power of attorneys to the pension fund office. One other thing that I should mention, and I should have mentioned it in the Hancock section. We used to have a representative from John Hancock participate in this webinar, but it ended up that the webinar ended up being like 6 or 6.5 hours long, which is just way too long for a webinar. You know, even today's presentation with just me talking is probably considered too long for many of you. But the representative from John Hancock has recorded a presentation about John Hancock, the supplemental benefits, and about different drawdown strategies. And that is also posted on our website. So if you're interested in watching that, maybe on a different day after you're not kind of tired of listening to a webinar, that is available, posted on our website for you to review also. So let's get into this retiree health benefits topic. Okay. Your retiree health benefit enrollment forms are completed at the same time you complete your pension application so that you can tell us whether or not you want to enroll in the retiree health benefits. And in the handouts for today, there's a separate set of handouts for retiree health benefits. Okay, and that's pages H1 to H30 cover retiree health benefits in a little more detail than I will be talking about now. But there's also a sample retiree health benefits enrollment form in there. Although the pension application that's part of the packet is indeed an official pension application you can use to apply for benefits, these health benefit forms, because probably a third of you registered today actually are not eligible for health benefits under the retiree plan, we just put some sample forms in the handouts. If you are eligible for retiree health benefits, when you actually file your pension application, the pension representative assigned to your file will send you out actual valid enrollment forms for the retiree health benefits. Okay. So in order to be eligible for retiree health benefits, in general, participants must have at least 10 years of vesting credit to be eligible for retiree health benefits. If at any time during your career as a carpenter, or maybe you stopped earning pension credit several years ago, if there has ever been a 3-year period of time, either during your time working as a carpenter or from the time you worked as a carpenter up until your pension starts, if there's ever a 3-year period where you did not have any pension credit, then you need at least 15 years of vesting credit to be eligible for retiree health benefits. And I would refer you back to your personalized printouts, your A printout that shows all of your credit. At the bottom of that A printout, it shows you your total vesting credit and your total pension credit. So you want to be looking at your total vesting credit for both eligibility, and we'll talk about premiums in a couple of slides here. So take a peek back at that A printout to see how many years of vesting credit you have. Okay, so if you have the 10 years, or if you've had a 3-year calc break, if you have the 15 years of vesting credit, then you are eligible for retiree health benefits. Okay. Probably 2/3 of you, approximately, who are registered today were eligible or are eligible for the active plan health benefits right now. So if you are eligible for the active health plan when your pension starts, your retiree insurance, your retiree health benefits are basically delayed until after your active benefits end. If you are not eligible for the active plan of health benefits at the time your pension starts, and if you do indeed meet the credit requirement of either 10 years or 15 years if you've had a 3-year period without credit, then your retiree health plan benefits start on your pension award date. So the first month that we issue a pension check for you is when your retiree health benefits start if you do not have active plan eligibility. Okay, so you do not necessarily have to be eligible for active plan coverage when your pension starts to be eligible for retiree coverage. Okay. The retiree coverage will start on your pension award date. And if you think back an hour or so when we were talking about pension effective date versus pension award date, your pension award date is the month that we actually process your first pension check. So retiree health benefits never go retroactive. So even if we're processing you, say, for January, retroactive to November, which I believe is the example I was using when we were talking about award and effective dates, your retiree health benefits would initially begin for January. Even though your pension money might go back to November, your retiree health benefits will not go back to November. Retiree health benefits start on the pension award date, unless you're eligible for the active plan benefits. If you are eligible for active plan benefits on your pension award date, you will continue your coverage in the active plan of benefits until you fall below 1,000 hours in the previous 4 quarters. Okay. The active plan of benefits, you don't have to pay a premium for the active plan of benefits. Okay. So why wouldn't you just stay covered by the active plan of benefits until the active eligibility runs out? Okay, of course you would. So active eligibility runs until you fall below 1,000 hours for the previous 4 quarters. At that point, you have 2 options. You can either move from the active plan of benefits directly onto the retiree plan of benefits as soon as your active benefits end. So for example, say you're going to start your pension for January 1st. You're going to file that application this coming week, like I talked to you about, and we're going to process you, and you're going to get your first pension check for January 1st. Okay. But you're still eligible for the active working benefits. Active working benefits, for those of you who are eligible, I'm sure you know that they run on a quarterly basis. So even though your pension is going to start for January 1st, if you are eligible for active health benefits for the months of December, January, and February, you'll still stay covered under the active health benefits for December, January, February. In fact, maybe you even have enough hours built up that you're still eligible for the active working benefits for the March, April, and May eligibility quarter. Okay, so you're going to run out that active eligibility. You are not going to be covered by the retiree benefits while you're still under the active plan, and you are not going to pay a premium or be charged for retiree benefits until after your active benefits end. Okay. So this first option here on the slide is your first option. You move from the active benefits onto the retiree benefits as soon as your active benefits end. Your retiree benefits, because you are completing your enrollment form to tell us whether or not you want the retiree benefits, those retiree benefits, we're going to put your elections into the computer system, and the computer system is automatically going to move you onto the retiree benefits when those active benefits end. And it's automatically going to start deducting the retiree premium, which we will talk about, from your monthly pension check the month after your active benefits end. You don't pay for retiree benefits while you're still actively eligible. Okay. Your second option is to move from your active benefits onto something called continuation coverage under COBRA, which extends your active plan of benefits here. And then after the active benefit continuation under COBRA ends, and that can run for a max of 18 months, then you can move directly onto the retiree benefits after COBRA. Pardon me. Sometimes I think that the term COBRA is a little confusing or causes a little bit of concern. There's nothing really mysterious or scary about COBRA. COBRA is just the name of a law. It's an acronym for the name of a law, and that law was the Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1985. So instead of saying that long legal title all the time, people just say it's COBRA. And what that law says is that when someone loses active benefits, the active benefit plan has to give you the opportunity to remain covered by the active plan, and you pay for the active benefit plan under this COBRA law. Okay. And you can remain covered under the active benefits under COBRA by continuing coverage for 18 months, 18 additional months, if you pay the COBRA premium. Okay. So in the health benefit handouts on page H3, okay, the COBRA premium per person per month to continue those active benefits after your hours run out, per person per month with vision and dental is $632. Or family coverage, if you have more than 2 people covered, the family coverage COBRA premium is $1,561 a month. Without vision and dental coverage, the COBRA premium per person per month, no vision and dental, is $574 per person per month. Or a COBRA family plan, no vision and dental, but you still have dependent kids. The COBRA family plan, no vision and dental, is $1,417 a month. So if you choose to, based on the premiums I just quoted for you, and those premiums generally change each year, usually in February. If you choose to, from the active benefits, you can go on to COBRA, pay those COBRA premiums for a maximum of 18 months. And then after the COBRA is over with, after that 18-month period, then you can move on to the retiree benefits. And we will look at retiree premiums on the next slide. Discontinuation coverage under COBRA is optional. You do not have to take the COBRA coverage. You are more than welcome to move directly from the active benefits over to the retiree benefits, the little blue graphic on our slide here. But if for some reason you wanted to, you go from active to COBRA and then to retiree. Why would somebody perhaps want to take the COBRA coverage instead of moving directly from active to retiree? Well, it has to do sometimes with deductibles out-of-pocket maxes and your copayment, your co-insurance share. When you move directly from the active plan of benefits onto the retiree plan of benefits, the retiree plan of benefits is a whole different separate legal entity. Okay, so when you move from active to retiree, you will have to meet a new deductible and a new out-of-pocket max. Okay, so for example, if you were covered by the active benefits, say, let's keep the same example, your pension's starting for January, but you're covered by the active benefits for December, January, and February. So if you go to the doctor and you meet your deductible maybe in January or February under the active plan, then when you move to the retiree plan of benefits, say for March 1st, you have to meet a whole new deductible under the retiree plan of benefits. So your deductible and anything you've paid towards your out-of-pocket resets on the retiree benefits when you move to the retiree benefits. So that's kind of a pretty easy example. If you're moving from active to retiree on March 1st, well, it kind of is what it is, and you need to meet a new retiree deductible, and you've got that retiree coverage then from March, for the rest of the year, and of course for the subsequent years. But let's talk about a scenario where you retire maybe mid-year. Maybe you retire in July and your active coverage, you're still actively eligible under the active plan of benefits. If you're retiring July, maybe you're actively eligible all the way through the end of November. Okay. So for the month of December, your active eligibility is going to end for December and you're going to move the retiree benefits for December. Well, you'd have to meet a new out-of-pocket max and a new deductible for the retiree plan of benefits for the month of December. So maybe you want to think about going from the active plan of benefits if you've already met your deductible, your out-of-pocket max. Maybe you want to go from the active benefits on to COBRA. And remember, COBRA is 18 months max. There's no minimum. You could go on to COBRA just for a month or two to say finish out the year because you've already met your deductibles, your out-of-pocket maxes, things like that. And then you could move to the retiree benefits at the beginning of the following year. Okay. So those are just some things to think about. In reality, 95% of the people who are retirees go right from the active benefits directly onto the retiree plan of benefits. They move right from one to the other. But you do have this COBRA continuation option. You also have another option that became available a couple of years ago, and I don't have a slide for this, and I'm not an expert on this, but you now have what's called a self-pay option. So if your active benefits are going to end, because you fell below 1,000 hours, but maybe you didn't fall too far below 1,000 hours. Maybe you only fell 100 hours below the 1,000 hours. Maybe you still have kind of 900 hours in reserve. There's something you can do called a self-pay. You can pay so much per hour that you're short to extend your active eligibility for an additional quarter. Okay. So if that's something that you think might apply to you or something that you might be interested in, then that is something you should be talking to the active health benefits department about. So when you call the fund office, that's telephone menu option 3. You could talk to the active plan of benefits department and ask them more about your self-pay option if you think you're pretty close to that 1,000 hours and maybe you're just missing it by a little bit. It might be cheaper for you to do a self-pay quarter as opposed to starting pension. A self-pay quarter has to begin before you're actually a retiree, though. So there's certain parameters around that self-pay. So something, again, to talk to the health benefits department about. Again, in reality, most people move from the active benefits right onto the retiree benefits. So I gave you the COBRA premiums so that you have an idea of the COBRA premiums. Now let's talk about the retiree health benefit premiums. Okay. I'm going to bring up all of these parts of this slide together so we can just talk about everything all at once. Okay. So this is the chart that gives you information about the retiree plan of benefits premiums. Okay. This chart also appears in the handouts on page 1 of the health benefits handout. So you want to remember how many years of vesting credit you have from your personal A printout. Okay. So to figure out what you're going to pay for the retiree premiums, you're going to look at a couple different things. These first 2 columns, where my little pointer is, this is for your retiree medical benefits, your Blue Cross Blue Shield, these first 2 columns here. Okay. The very first column here is for those of you who are not yet Medicare eligible. And the second column is for those of you who are Medicare eligible. Okay. So in some families, the carpenter is already Medicare eligible, but the spouse is not Medicare eligible yet. Or the spouse is already Medicare eligible, but the carpenter is not yet Medicare eligible. It doesn't matter if your spouse is a little bit older than you, or you're a little bit younger than the spouse, or vice versa. If you're older than the spouse, okay, we still offer a major medical pre-Medicare plan to the person or persons, because maybe you even have dependent kids who are not on Medicare. And we offer a Medicare supplement, Blue Cross Blue Shield, to those individuals who are on Medicare. So let's talk about an example. So let's say you have 30 years of vesting credit or more, and quite a few of you, in fact, I'd say better than half of you registered here today has 30 or more years of vesting credit. So if neither the carpenter nor the spouse or any dependent kids you might want to cover, we can cover dependent children up to age 26 on the retiree plan. If nobody is Medicare eligible, you're going to pay $187 per person per month for the people that are not Medicare eligible. Okay. If someone in your family, either the carpenter or the spouse, or perhaps you have a disabled child who is Medicare eligible, for anyone that you're going to cover who is Medicare eligible, the Medicare supplement costs $47 per person per month. So you need to do a little bit of math to figure out what your retiree premium here is going to be. So you're going to take your pre-Medicare Blue Cross Blue Shield amount and multiply that by how many people are going to be covered by Blue Cross Blue Shield who are not yet on Medicare. So if the carpenter and the spouse, neither one of you is on Medicare, it would be 87 times 2. If you also have a non-Medicare child that you want to cover, carpenter spouse plus a child, then it's 187 times 3. If perhaps, new example, maybe you have a spouse and a child who are not Medicare eligible, but you, the carpenter, are already Medicare eligible, then it would be 187 times 2 for the spouse and the child who are not on Medicare yet, plus 47 for the carpenter who is already Medicare eligible. And again, that can be reversed. If you, the carpenter, are not Medicare eligible, you'd pay 187. But if your spouse or child already is Medicare, then that person would be 47. And I know I keep saying this, but there's always some concern about, oh, the carpenter's not on Medicare yet, but somebody else in the family is. What happens? Or the carpenter's already on Medicare, but nobody else is. What happens? It's okay. We look at the premiums and the coverage on a per person basis. Okay. So this is for your Blue Cross Blue Shield. And we're going to look at how the Blue Cross Blue Shield pays benefits pre-Medicare. And we're going to look at how it functions with Medicare as a Medicare supplement on an upcoming slide. All we're doing here is looking at the premium cost. Okay. So these first two columns are your Blue Cross Blue Shield. The third column, the column all the way on the right over here, is your premium for prescription drug coverage. So if you also wish to enroll in prescription drug coverage, and if you're at the 30-year vesting tier, prescription drug coverage costs an additional $75 per person per month as a premium. So again, if you have a carpenter and a spouse, it would be $75 times 2 for the prescription drug premium. Premiums are independent and elections are independent. So you can enroll in the Blue Cross and Blue Shield without enrolling in the prescription. Or you can enroll in prescription coverage without enrolling in the Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Okay? So they're independent elections. But the proviso to that is on the bullet point over here on the left-hand side, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth bullet down. The retiree must be covered by a certain type of benefit in order to enroll the spouse or the dependents. So if the retiree, if the carpenter chooses not to enroll in prescription drug coverage, then the spouse and or any children who might be eligible cannot enroll in prescription drug coverage. As long as the retiree is enrolled in prescription coverage, then the spouse and any possible eligible kids can also enroll in prescription coverage. The same thing with the Blue Cross Blue Shield. And the Blue Cross Blue Shield, both of these columns go together on Blue Cross Blue Shield. As long as the retiree is enrolled either in pre-Medicare or post-Medicare Blue Cross Blue Shield, then the spouse and the kids, if there's any dependent children or if there's a spouse, can also enroll in the Blue Cross Blue Shield. But if the retiree says, no, I don't want Blue Cross Blue Shield, I only want prescription, then the spouse and the kids cannot enroll in Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Okay. There are separate premiums for vision and dental. Okay. I'm going to move back and forth on some slides here just a little bit so we can look at all the premiums first. So vision and dental have separate premiums. For the dental coverage through Delta Dental, if just the carpenter is going to enroll in dental, it's $44.53 a month. That's a flat premium. It does not matter how many years of vesting credit you have. If there's two individuals enrolling in dental, that can be a carpenter and a spouse, or maybe the carpenter is not married, but there is a dependent child that you want to have covered by dental. If two people are enrolled in dental, it's $86.42 a month. Family dental coverage, 3 or more individuals, is $153.33 a month. Again, these are flat premiums. Your number of years of vesting credit does not matter for the dental or for the vision premiums. So on the right-hand side, the green box here, if just the carpenter wants vision coverage, it's $6.20 a month. If two people, a carpenter and a spouse, or maybe a carpenter and a child, want vision, it's $11.96 a month. Family coverage is $18.22 a month. Okay. For both vision and dental, the carpenter must be enrolled in order for a spouse or dependent children to enroll. So if the carpenter says, no, I don't want dental, or no, I don't want vision, then a spouse and or kids could not enroll in those benefits. The spouse and the kids follow along with the carpenter. Okay. The carpenter can take coverage for himself or herself, if the carpenter's a woman, without covering the spouse and the kids. So maybe you want the whole family covered by Blue Cross Blue Shield, and there's a carpenter, a spouse, and a child. Maybe all three of you are covered by the Blue Cross Blue Shield. Maybe only the carpenter and the spouse maybe have prescription coverage. And then maybe on the dental, only the carpenter and a child have dental. And then maybe on the vision, only the carpenter and the spouse, or maybe the whole family have vision. So they're all separate elections: Blue Cross Blue Shield versus prescription versus dental versus vision. They're all separate elections, but for each of those 4 categories, the carpenter must be covered in order for the spouse or child or children to be covered. Okay. So I'm going to back up here to the premium slide where we have the vesting credit. I'm going to go over these bullet points on the blue left-hand side of the screen here. The premium, whatever combination of premiums, whatever the math yields, that premium is deducted from your monthly pension payment. Again, if you're actively eligible when your pension starts, you run out your active eligibility before you pay for any retiree eligibility. But when you do move to the retiree eligibility, we deduct your premium from your monthly pension check. If you are not actively eligible when your pension starts, and if you sign up for the retiree coverage, then your premium will start coming out of your pension check right away with your first pension check if you're not actively eligible under the active plan of benefits when your pension starts. Okay. Second bullet and third bullet, we already talked about. Everything is a separate election. And those of you who were able to look at or print the handouts, if you look at page H5, which is that sample enrollment form, you can see that you make a separate election for each type of coverage. In Part A, you tell us whether or not you're Medicare, but then Part B, that's the Blue Cross Blue Shield. So the circles on Part B, you tell us whether or not you want Blue Cross Blue Shield. Part C is for prescription drug coverage. You tell us whether or not you want prescription drug coverage. Part D is the diamonds, and that's for dental coverage, and you tell us whether or not you want the dental coverage. And then Part E, the triangles, is for vision coverage. You tell us whether or not you want the vision coverage. And everything here on this page H5, those elections all pertain to the carpenter. If you turn to the next page, page H6, those are the elections you're going to make for your spouse if you're married. Okay, so you can see again, for your spouse, there's circles and squares and diamonds and triangles that you can make separate elections for your spouse, for the Blue Cross, for the prescription, for the dental, and for the vision. And then the next page of the handouts, if you go over to page H8, that form and that page is for any dependent children that you might have. If you have more than one dependent child, you will fill out a separate form for each dependent child, okay? And you make separate elections for the dependent kids, okay? So again, dependent children can be covered up until age 26. I know that I saw on someone's registration questions, there was a registration question that said, is there anything else we should know about you? And someone registered said, I have a disabled child. So that disabled child can also be covered under the retiree plan of benefits past age 26. Provided that the disability began while the child was covered under the plan of benefits, under the active plan of benefits, or if the disability began at birth, then the dependent child has to be covered under either the active or the retiree plan of benefits in the 5 years leading up to turning age 26. So from age 20 to 25, that child would have to be covered in order to continue disabled child coverage past age 26. And if I didn't explain that well, I apologize. Please call the fund office, to discuss enrollment. But in general, disabled children can be covered past 26, provided they meet certain requirements. Okay. So I'm going to pop over and look at some of the questions coming through specifically on premiums, because we have not talked about coverage yet. Okay. Let's see. Yes, the premium's automatically deducted from the pension check. We'll talk about surviving spouse benefits in a little bit. Can you change your plan in terms of who's on the plan? So you can, and actually the carpenter can even postpone coverage under the retiree plan, provided that there's other coverage coming into play. So let me move forward a couple of slides here. We already looked at this vision and dental coverage slide. So this is a little bit what at least 4 or 5 of the questions coming through are asking about. What if the coverage isn't elected at retirement, either for the carpenter or for the surviving spouse, or for the spouse or the children, okay? So you can postpone coverage either for the carpenter or for a spouse or a child under the retiree plan of benefits, provided that whoever is going to postpone coverage is covered by another health care plan. So for example, perhaps your spouse works outside of the home and has coverage through the spouse's employer. And maybe you, the carpenter who's retiring, and maybe even your dependent children are also covered under the spouse's employer. Well, and maybe that coverage is free coverage as a benefit of the spouse's employment. So you don't need the retiree health coverage if you have coverage through a spouse's employer, or maybe you've even purchased an independent plan out on the marketplace. So you do not have to immediately enroll in the retiree plan if you have other coverage. That other coverage does not necessarily need to be an employer plan. It might be something that you've bought out on the open market. But the retiree health benefit plan coverage must begin immediately following the termination of the other coverage. So in the example of you are covered under your spouse's coverage, your spouse has coverage through the spouse's employer. Well, eventually your spouse is going to retire and that other employer insurance through your spouse's employer is going to end. Your coverage with the retiree health benefits must begin the month after the coverage through the spouse's employer plan ends. Or if it's not an employer plan, if it's something you're just purchasing on the open marketplace, the coverage under the retiree plan needs to begin immediately following the termination of the other plan. Okay. You need to request enrollment forms from the fund office, from the pension department, at least 30 days before coverage under the other health benefit plan ends, so that you have time to fill out those forms and return them to us, and we have time to process them to get you covered under the retiree plan at the time you want to be covered under the retiree plan. Okay. Couple more questions about surviving spouse coverage, which we will talk about. Okay. You can take the retiree coverage and then subsequently drop the retiree coverage if you like, and then come back to the retiree coverage later on, provided that you have had coverage with another outside plan. So you can either start with the plan, the retiree plan, you can postpone the retiree plan, or you can take the retiree plan for a while, cancel it if you get other coverage in the meantime, and then after that other coverage ends, you can come back to the retiree plan. The main thing to keep in mind is that the coverage with the Carpenters retiree plan and the other outside plan, it needs to be continuous coverage. It needs to flow. You need to move from one plan directly onto the next plan, okay? There cannot be long gaps in coverage. There is a small provision under the retiree plan that says, well, maybe there's a small gap in coverage, and by a small gap in coverage, it has to be less than 105 days. And usually the gaps we see are even less than that. 105 days is the maximum. But just for example, let's keep with the spouse example. You are covered under your spouse's employer insurance, so you don't take the Carpenter's insurance. And your spouse changes jobs. And maybe as part of that job change, maybe you don't have insurance for 30 days or 45 days because your spouse is moving from one employer to a different employer. So that type of short gap is okay, provided that any short gaps, all short gaps combined while you're moving from one coverage to another, they cannot exceed 105 days maximum. And that was on the prior slide. So you want to, in general, make sure that you're maintaining continuous coverage, especially for the Blue Cross Blue Shield and the prescription, because there is no open enrollment for the Blue Cross Blue Shield or for the prescription coverage. Okay, in order to enroll in the Blue Cross Blue Shield, pre or post Medicare, or in the prescription drug coverage, there must be continuous coverage. Vision and dental is a little bit different. There is, on the slide up here, there is open enrollment for vision and dental annually. So if you don't pick up vision and dental, you do have an annual open enrollment period. It runs from January to March 15th with coverage starting April 1st. You do not need to prove that you've had other vision and dental coverage to participate in this open enrollment. Okay. But the retiree does still have to be enrolled. Okay, so there is annual open enrollment for vision and dental. There is no annual open enrollment for Blue Cross Blue Shield and prescription. You have to prove continuous creditable coverage with another plan for Blue Cross and Blue Shield. So sometimes I feel that when we look at these premiums, there's kind of sticker shock sometimes. In fact, especially for those of you who have had active health benefit premiums. You've worked continuously as a carpenter throughout your career, and you've had the active working carpenter health benefits all along, and you've maybe kind of not paid attention to what health benefits cost out on the open marketplace. So when you look at this slide and you start doing the math and figure out how much you're going to have to pay to cover you and your spouse, and especially if you still have a dependent child or two, sometimes I feel like it's sort of a sticker shock type thing. I strongly encourage you, if that's what you're feeling right now when you look at these, thinking, how much do I have to pay? Is she kidding me? I really strongly encourage you to check premiums on the open marketplace. You're going to find out that these premiums are extremely inexpensive compared to what's out there on the open marketplace for similar coverage. And the reason for that is these premiums under the retiree plan are highly subsidized by the active working carpenter hours. For someone with 30 years of vesting credit, these premiums listed here are actually only about the 25% of the total real cost of coverage. The active working carpenter benefits are subsidizing these premiums. The active working carpenter contributions, rather, are subsidizing these premiums. And of course, the subsidy, the more years of vesting credit, the more time you've put in the trade, the more years of vesting credit you've earned, the greater the subsidy. Okay, that's why the 10-year vesting is paying much more on a monthly basis for the coverage than someone with 30 years of vesting service. But even at the 10-year level, this is still subsidized by about 40%. So this is still approximately 60% of the total cost of coverage. Overall, on a plan basis, an entire plan basis, only about 33% of what the plan pays out in retiree health care expenses is actually covered by the retiree premiums that are collected. So it's a highly subsidized benefit because the trustees understand how important health benefits are in retirement and that you need to have an affordable health benefit premium. Also, I should mention, for those of you who are covered by the active benefits now, a couple of years ago, in addition to your active health benefits, was the HRA card. Your HRA card, $1 an hour for every hour that you're working, goes into your HRA. Okay? And you can use that HRA card in retirement to cover retiree premiums. Actually, what happens is you get reimbursed from the record keeper for the health reimbursement arrangement for retiree premiums, or you can use it for retiree deductibles or coinsurance as long as you remain a member in good standing with your local union. Okay, so that HRA card can carry over into retirement. A question I see coming through is, are these health benefit premiums locked in? No, health benefit premiums are subject to change. Okay, so they can increase, but they have not increased in a long time. In fact, the last increase to retiree premiums was back in 2011. So it's been almost 10 years since there's been an increase on the Blue Cross Blue Shield or the prescription drug premiums. Vision and dental is a little bit different. Vision and dental are insured benefits through Delta Dental and through VSP. Delta Dental and VSP Vision set the premiums for vision and dental. In the last couple of years, those have gone up a little bit, but the big spend is on the Blue Cross Blue Shield and the prescription benefit, and those premiums have been have actually been completely stable since 2011, and even prior to that, they really hadn't gone up that much. Back in 2000, before there was this tiered premium structure, major medical cost $100 per person per month, And that's pre-Medicare. Pre-Medicare Blue Cross Blue Shield costs $100 per person per month, and the Medicare supplement costs $27 per person per month. So that's going back 21 years to give you an idea. So not a very big increase in premium costs over the last, no increase at all over the last 10 years, and not a very big premium increase even going back as far as 21 years. Again, your trustees understand that what you're going to pay for health benefits has a big impact on your retirement and your ability to live comfortably in retirement. So let me pop over and see what's on the questions page here. A lot of questions. Going to try and go through and find general questions that could apply to everyone. Surviving spouses will still be eligible to continue coverage. We'll talk about that in a couple of slides. There's a lot of questions about that. I just talked about prices changing. Someone who has worked in both the Chicago plan and the Indiana plan, and actually someone else who's worked in a California plan, do those other plans count toward vesting years for these health benefit tiered premiums? No, they do not. It's the Chicago plan, the Carpenters Pension Fund of Illinois, which is commonly known as the Geneva plan, and the Will County Carpenters plan. Those are the only three plans that count toward vesting years here. We're going to talk about coverage, some different questions about coverage. You can postpone coverage. We've already talked about that. You can add vision and dental during open enrollment. You can only add prescription later if you've had prescription through another health benefit plan. Okay. In order to keep using the HRA card in retirement, you must still be a member in good standing with your local. So you want to talk to your local about continuing your union dues or what you need to do to remain a member in good standing with the local. Also, the handouts today, one of the handouts is a booklet about retired member benefits from the Midwest Coalition of Labor Benefits. So remaining a member in good standing also entitles you to those Midwest Coalition of Benefits, which you could talk to the local about. So that's about all of the general questions. There are definitely some personal questions coming through, and I'm sorry that I cannot address those in this particular forum. Please give the Retirement Benefits Department a call, and we would be happy to go over any questions you have about your personal situation, or anything like that. We can go over those on a one-on-one basis with the Retirement Benefits Department personnel. Okay. I've mentioned this when we looked at the graphic about moving from active benefits to the retiree benefits, but please, 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 please be aware that the active plan deductibles and out-of-pocket coinsurance maximums do not carry over from the retiree plan to the active plan. When you move from the active plan to the retiree plan, even if it's mid-year, you need to meet a new deductible and a new out-of-pocket max. Okay. Additionally, the following networks are not included in the retiree coverage. Okay, you don't have the ComPsych network for behavioral health or substance use disorder, and you do not have Absolute Solutions for radiology imaging services, like for x-rays or CAT scans. You don't have the networks, but you do have coverage for these things. Okay, so you do still have coverage for radiology and imaging services or for behavioral health or substance use disorders. Those things are just covered through the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield plan. They're not covered by a different network, like the active benefits have ComPsych and Absolute Solutions. So I'm not telling you that they're not covered. I'm telling you that they're considered under your retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield benefits. Okay. And that's actually here. The services are covered through Blue Cross Blue Shield, subject to the PPO and non-PPO deductibles and copays. Also, the last bullet point on this slide, if you are covered by the active plan of benefits, for years you've been used to calling the fund office for information about, hey, is my doctor bill going to get paid, or what's my how much have I already met toward my deductible or toward my out-of-pocket max. Once you move on to the retiree plan of benefits, Blue Cross Blue Shield will be your contact information for things like that, for what exactly is covered, for how much have I paid toward my deductible, how much have I paid for my out-of-pocket max. Hey, I got this explanation of benefits. Can you talk to me about how this particular claim was covered? Blue Cross Blue Shield pays the retiree claims, and Blue Cross Blue Shield will be your new contact once you move on to the retiree plan of benefits. You will get a new card. You will get new cards from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And Blue Cross Blue Shield will be your primary contact for claims information. Now, if you still have questions about, I want to add a spouse or add a child or add or drop coverage, those questions still come to the fund office. So questions about enrollments, questions about your premiums, questions about dropping coverage, those types of questions absolutely still come to the fund office retirement benefits department, but questions specific to your claims will go to Blue Cross and Blue Shield, or actually your vision and dental claims will actually go to Delta Dental and to VSP Vision. Okay, you will get new cards and a new group number, which I said already. Let's see here. Just looking at questions, people are still sending some questions through. Thank you for your questions, by the way. I appreciate that. I don't see anything that I either haven't covered or isn't a personal question only applying to one person. So again, give the fund office a call with those types of questions, please. So that's about all I have on premiums and enrollment. What I'd like to spend some time on now is the actual coverage. What is actually covered? If anyone needs to drop off, and I think maybe I should reposition this slide for next time. I'm not going to scroll down there because it's probably 10 slides out, but let's talk about, before we look at the slides, let's talk about surviving spouse health benefits. Okay. For those of you who attended a seminar pre-2019, you were told surviving spouses could not continue retiree health benefits following the passing of the carpenter. That changed in 2019. Surviving spouses can continue health benefits at the same premiums that the carpenter, the retired carpenter, is paying for the remainder of the surviving spouse's lifetime, provided that the surviving spouse does not remarry. Okay, so this is a little bit different than the pension benefit. When we were talking about pension money, your monthly pension benefit, and we talked about the joint and survivor benefits, the 50%, the 75%, the 100%, I told you that that pension money, the pension check, is for the surviving spouse's lifetime, regardless of whether or not the surviving spouse remarries. And that is true of the pension check, of the pension money. Surviving spouse gets that for their lifetime. It doesn't matter whether or not they remarry. But for the retiree health benefits, if a surviving spouse remarries, the surviving spouse can no longer keep coverage under the retiree health benefits. So the surviving spouse upon remarriage would have to find independent medical benefits. Okay, so this changed in 2019. Also, the surviving spouse health benefit election is separate from the pension payment election. So if you are married and you elect with your spouse's consent on the pension check, on the pension money, if you elect the 60 certain guarantee where your surviving spouse is not going to get a pension check for the surviving spouse's lifetime, the surviving spouse can still keep the retiree health benefits. Okay? If the surviving spouse is not getting a pension check from which we can deduct the premiums, then that surviving spouse would have to submit a premium payment to the pension fund office. But a surviving spouse can keep the retiree health benefits even if the 60 certain was elected on the health benefits side. Excuse me, on the pension side, even if the 60 certain was elected on the pension side. Okay. Move slide. Okay. Let's move into coverage. And I see about a third of our attendees have left us. So those of you who are still here with us, thanks for sticking with us. I do appreciate that, and I hope you're finding this informative. So the slide that's showing now is Blue Cross and Blue Shield for those who are not yet Medicare eligible. Okay, if you're not yet Medicare eligible, this is the retiree coverage on the Blue Cross and Blue Shield. It is extremely similar to the active plan of benefits for those of you who are still covered by the active plan of benefits. Okay. There is a $300 annual deductible per person if you're using a PPO provider. Okay, we've had the Blue Cross PPO network in place for, it's got to be at least 25 years, maybe even more than that. If you are using a non-PPO provider, you have a separate additional $600 per person annual deductible. Okay. The plan is going to pay 80%. Okay. The plan is going to pay 80%, and you are going to be responsible for the other 20%. However, once your 20% at a PPO provider adds up to $2,000, okay, then the coverage by the plan increases from 80% to 100% for the balance of that calendar year. Okay, so the most you're going to pay out of pocket in a given calendar year for any individual is $2,300. $300 for the deductible and $2,000 for the 20% coinsurance maximum. Okay, the family coverage really is only coming into play if you have dependent children who are still covered under the retiree plan. If you are also using non-PPO providers, you have separate coverage with them. Only 60% of the usual and customary charges are covered. You're responsible for the other 40% with an out-of-pocket max of $6,000 per calendar year. Okay, the Blue Cross Blue Shield network is a really large network of benefits, and I believe most people really stay in that Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO family. But it definitely gives you better coverage, a more monetary coverage if you're staying in the Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO network. The emergency room copayment, if you go to the emergency room for services, you have a $250 copayment. That copayment is waived if you are admitted to the hospital within 72 hours of the emergency room visit for the same condition, or if they hold you in the emergency room for observation for more than 24 hours, then that copayment is waived. But if you're treated and released from the emergency room, you have a $250 emergency room copayment. That is the same as it is under the active plan of benefits. Okay, so pretty much 80-20 coverage pre-Medicare if you're not Medicare eligible on the Blue Cross Blue Shield. just like it has been under the active plan of benefits for the majority of you registered here today. Okay. Generally, folks understand this. It's a pretty standard coverage. What we get a lot of questions about are Medicare. Okay, so let's talk about Medicare. And again, I just want to remind you, I know I mentioned this before, but John Hancock is sponsoring a Medicare webinar. A Medicare representative is actually going to present. That'll be on Tuesday, November 9th, Thursday, November 11th. Watch your email at the end of October, beginning of November for a registration link to that Medicare webinar if you're interested. So let's just briefly talk about Medicare, because Medicare is something a lot of people are not familiar with, especially people who aren't 65 yet. There's two parts to Medicare. Part A of Medicare covers facility fees, what the hospital charges if you're an inpatient, what you have covered if you stay at a skilled nursing or a rehab facility after a hospital stay. Some home and hospice care services are all covered under Medicare Part A. Okay, so Medicare Part A is really the part of Medicare. You can kind of think about it as the part that pays the hospital facility charges. Medicare Part B is the part of Medicare that pays the professional fees, what the doctor charges to see you at the doctor's office, what the surgeon charges to perform the operation. It covers your lab tests, and it covers some preventive, like wellness type visits that are not covered under Part A of Medicare. So Part A is like the hospital and the facility fees, and Part B is pretty much the doctor bills, what the professional fees are of Medicare. Okay. You pay a Medicare premium, okay, just like you're paying the Carpenters for your retiree health benefit premiums. You pay a premium for Medicare, usually just for Medicare Part B. So the Medicare premium, it's usually deducted from your Social Security check. Part A of Medicare, the part that pays the hospital and the facility charges, that's actually free for most people, provided that you've got, they say, 40 quarters of work experience, which is basically 10 years of work. Medicare Part A ends up being free. For a spouse who does not work outside of the home, even if you personally have not had 10 years of work quarters paid into 10 years of work, 40 work quarters paid into Social Security, you basically piggyback off your spouse's work history for this. So even if some spouses don't meet that 40 quarter work requirement, a lot of them are eligible for free Medicare Part A based on the spouse's work. Medicare Part B, again, that's the professional fees, the doctors for Medicare. That's the part that everybody pays for, okay? The 2021 premium for those first signing up for Medicare is $148.50 a month. So that's going to get deducted from your Social Security check, and that gets paid to Medicare, to Social Security. This $148.50 premium that you're paying for Medicare is in addition to the premium that you're paying for the retiree Medicare supplement. So if you think back to the slide where we looked at the retiree premiums, we were using the 30-year vesting tier as an example. The Medicare supplement premium per person per month was $47 a month. So that gets paid to Carpenters for your Medicare supplement, $47 a month if you're at the 30-year vesting tier level. And $148.50 a month gets paid directly to Medicare for the Medicare Part B. So the $47 that you're paying Carpenters plus the $148.50 about equals out to the $187 pre-Medicare premium that you would pay to Carpenters if you're not yet Medicare eligible. Okay. So that's premiums on Medicare. Okay. What's the coverage under Medicare? Okay. You have really good coverage between Medicare and the Carpenters Medicare supplement. Okay. On Medicare, there's an annual Medicare deductible. And if you think about the Carpenters pre-Medicare plan, if you're in the PPO network, we just looked at this a minute ago, it's a $300 deductible. Well, Medicare breaks your deductible into two separate parts. Part A, the hospital facility part, and Part B, the professional part. Okay. Part A, Medicare has a really big deductible if you're in the hospital. It's $1,484 for 2021. I checked earlier this week, and Medicare has not yet released the premiums and deductibles yet for calendar year 2022, but they're expected to go up. So on Medicare, if you're covered by Medicare, Medicare says you have a $1,484 deductible if you're going to be in the hospital. But your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement pays that Part A deductible. If for some reason you're in the hospital for more than 60 days, because this deductible is the Medicare deductible for the first 60 days, if the unusual circumstance arises that you're in the hospital for more than 60 days, from days 61 to 90, Medicare says you have a $371 daily copayment. But your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement is going to pay that daily copayment. On the Medicare Part B, that's the professional fees. In 2021, you have a $203 deductible before Medicare will pay anything. But your Carpenters Blue Cross and Blue Shield will pay that entire $203 deductible. So you don't have to pay anything toward that deductible. This is something new. This came in 2019. Prior to 2019, you were responsible for the Medicare Part B deductible, and your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield supplement did not pay it. But as of 2019, the Carpenters Medicare supplement Blue Cross Blue Shield now pays that deductible. So once you've met your deductibles, Medicare, this bottom row here, Medicare pays 80%, and your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield is going to pay the other 20% of the Medicare approved amount. So when you're talking with providers, when you're checking on providers, you want to make sure that your provider accepts what they call Medicare assignments. Okay. And that means the provider says, okay, Medicare, whatever Medicare says the maximum I can charge for an office visit is, I'm going to accept that Medicare maximum. Okay. Because Medicare pays 80% of their Medicare maximum allowance, and the Carpenters plan pays the other 20%. The Carpenters supplement plan pays the other 20%. If your provider is charging more than the Medicare allowed amount, you are going to be responsible for anything over and above the Medicare allowed amount. Okay. So those are the basics of the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield, both pre-Medicare and post-Medicare as a Medicare supplement. Under the Carpenters Blue Cross and Blue Shield, both pre and post-Medicare, there are a few additional benefits. Okay, so let's talk about these. Okay. Pre-Medicare, strictly pre-Medicare, you have chiropractic, acupuncture, and napropath care. It's an annual maximum of number of visits that are allowed for chiro, acupuncture, and napropath. So a retiree, the carpenter, is allowed 50 visits over the course of a calendar year. A spouse is allowed 30 visits over the course of a calendar year. This benefit is not available to dependent children. Okay. The retirees also have Hearing coverage, provided that you're enrolled in the Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and this is both pre and post Medicare. Your hearing coverage is through the Epic Hearing Network. A hearing exam is covered at 100%, up to $150 every 2 years, and hearing aids are covered at $5,000 every 5 years. That's a big increase. It used to only be $1,000 or $1,500 for retirees every 5 years. So this increase came in 2019 also. Hearing aids for dependent children younger than 18 are a little bit different, and that's down here at the bottom. You also have, under the retiree plan, if you are enrolled in the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield pre-Medicare, you also have a life insurance benefit of $25,000. If you, the carpenter, the participant, if you pass away prior to your 65th birthday, you have a $25,000 life insurance benefit. Okay. This does not continue from the plan past your 65th birthday, but you do have the opportunity to pick it up on a self-pay basis directly with the Hartford once you pass your 65th birthday. Okay. All three of these benefits, life insurance, hearing, and the chiro acupuncture napapathy, you must be covered under the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield, either pre or post Medicare, for these to apply. And of course, the life insurance is only applying, pre-Medicare, because once you're 65, you're Medicare eligible. We have the Carpenters Center for Health out at the Lisle campus. If you are covered under the retiree Blue Cross and Blue Shield, you can use the Carpenters Center for Health out at the Lisle campus. All services out at the Carpenters Center for Health are free. Okay. Your Carpenters Center for Vision at the Lisle campus, in order to use the Vision Center at the Lisle campus, you must be enrolled in the retiree vision coverage. Okay. I do not have charts on the slides for coverage on vision and dental, like what the coverage actually is, but in the handouts on webinar page H25 lists the coverage for the dental. It's like a coverage chart, and page H28 lists the coverage for the retiree vision. So you can look at those coverage charts. Prescription drug coverage. Last topic for the day for those of you who are starting to feel webinared out. Okay. Retiree prescription drug benefits is also administered by Express Scripts, just like for the active plan of benefits. You can get short-term prescriptions, like for an antibiotic or something you need, of course, at your local pharmacy. If you take long-term maintenance medication, you take a diabetes medication or a high blood pressure medication or a cholesterol medication, something like that, you can get a maximum of 3 fills at a retail pharmacy. And then after you've gotten your 3 fills at a retail pharmacy, you must either use Express Scripts mail order program, or new this year, you can get your 90-day supplies of long-term maintenance medications filled at your local Walgreens store. And that started in May of this year. So that Walgreens option for the long-term medications is really a brand new option that started in May of this year. Okay. Coverage and co-payments under the prescription drugs, same under the retiree plan as it is under the active plan. So if you're getting a retail prescription filled, again, for something like an antibiotic, a generic is $5. A single source brand where there is no generic is a 20% co-payment with a $10 minimum and a $100 maximum. And a multi-source brand at a retail pharmacy where there is a generic available, but you do not get the generic for any reason. Maybe you don't want the generic, or for some reason the doctor doesn't want you to have the generic. Multi-source brands have a 35% copayment with a $20 minimum, no maximum. Okay. For maintenance medications, if you're using the home delivery for those long-term cholesterol meds, blood pressure medications, things like that, you have a $12.50 copayment on a generic, and you have a 20% copayment on a single source brand where a generic doesn't exist. $25 minimum, $250 maximum on those. Multi-source brand on a 90-day supply through home delivery or Walgreens, 35% copayment with a $50 minimum. Okay. The last category of drugs are called specialty drugs, and those specialty drugs typically are injectable drugs, and they cover, they're used for complex medical conditions such as cancer or multiple sclerosis or hepatitis, things like that. They are extremely costly drugs to the plan. In fact, the average specialty prescription filled by the plan last year, the average cost per specialty medication to the plan was $3,747. Okay. To put that in perspective, the average cost of a generic prescription filled by the plan was $22. So you can see that they're very costly drugs used only in complex medical conditions. But you get a 30-day supply on specialty drugs, not a 90-day supply, a 30-day supply. Pardon me, you must get those filled through Accredo, which is a division of Express Scripts. You have a 20% copayment, $20 minimum, $100 maximum for those. So that's your coverage for Express Scripts. I'm going to take a look at some questions in just a moment. We already talked about this. Surviving spouses can continue health benefits as long as they don't remarry. Okay. I'd like to mention union dues. There's always questions about union dues. You want to contact your local union to discuss retiree dues. As long as you pay your union dues and remain a member in good standing, you can use your HRA account and you can take advantage of the MCL member-only benefits. But union dues are a local matter, and you should be discussing your dues with the local. Okay. For those of you who need to jump off, I am going to go back and look at the questions coming through. But for those of you who are just tired of listening to my voice and want to go, just a reminder that as you exit or in the follow-up email, please take a moment to fill out the survey and to notify us of address changes, changes in your marital status. Make sure you keep your beneficiaries up to date. Call us when you need us. We're here for you. Okay. Menu option 4 gets you right to the retiree benefits department. You can also email us at retirement@crccbenefits.org. Call us with your personal situation questions you have that I did not get to during the webinar today. And call us to schedule a one-on-one appointment, especially those of you who have credit with both the Construction Pension Fund and the Millman Pension Fund. I really strongly encourage you to make an appointment and come in and speak with a retirement benefits representative about all of your different options. Okay. So I'm going to go back and look at the questions about health benefits, but if you need to jump off, thank you so much for attending today's webinar. I appreciate that you spent part of your Saturday with me. All of that said, let me jump over to the questions here and see what I've got. We talked about changing elections on coverage. Remember, you can drop coverage and add coverage later on for either the carpenter or a spouse or a child, provided you've had other coverage in the meantime. We talked about the coverage under Blue Cross and Although the Blue Cross Blue Shield is very similar to the active plan of benefits, you do need to meet new deductibles and out-of-pocket maxes when you move from the active plan to the retiree plan. You can postpone coverage on either the Blue Cross Blue Shield or the prescription to a later date, provided that you have had other coverage with a different plan of benefits in the meantime. In order to use your HRA card, yes, you need to remain a member in good standing with your local if you're going to use that HRA card after retirement. Oh, this is an excellent question, and thank you, Steve, for asking it. If you are disabled and you have Social Security disability, generally you get Medicare 2 years, 24 months after you get Social Security disability, even if you are not yet age 65. So in those cases, Medicare still becomes your primary carrier, and the Carpenters would become your Medicare supplement, even if you have Medicare pre-65 due to disability. Okay? Yes, your premiums for the retiree health benefits are deducted from your pension check. If you move out of state, you still have retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. So you want to make sure if you've moved out of state to, I don't know where you're going, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Florida, Texas, wherever, you want to make sure that your providers know, and they should be able to tell this by the numbers on your card, but you want to make sure that your providers are billing Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and not Blue Cross Blue Shield of Arizona or Texas or Florida or wherever else you might live, because those other Blue Cross Blue Shield plans aren't going to know who you are and they're going to deny your claims. Okay, so yes, you still have Blue Cross Blue Shield, but the providers bill Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Medicare. If you wait until age 65 to retire, do you still need to enroll in Medicare at 65? Absolutely. There is no provision under this retiree plan of benefits to remain a primary carrier for you once you are Medicare eligible. So Medicare always becomes your primary carrier as soon as you are Medicare eligible. So you need to make sure that you are enrolled in Medicare as soon as you are eligible. We talked about what happens to a carpenter's pension if they pass away before they retire. So you might want to either call the pension fund office or take a peek at the recording of the webinar once it's posted later this week on our website. Those are about all the questions. Another question about the HRA card. You cannot get the balance on your HRA card paid out when you retire. The HRA card has to be used up. Okay. But that HRA card also can be used for you to get reimbursed for retiree premiums. So if you are, for some reason, looking to use up your HRA card as soon as possible, what you can do is give the Retirement Benefits Department a call, and we can send you receipts for the retiree premium payments. And in fact, once the participant portal is up and running, you'll be able to see your retiree premium payments, and you will be able to submit those to the HRA for reimbursements. Okay. Those are all the questions I see coming through. There's still about 45 of you hanging here with me, so I do appreciate the attention that you've paid. Again, I hope you learned something today. I really don't have anything else for you today. Please complete the survey, give the fund office a call with any questions you might have, and have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you so much. Take care.